Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, November the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Okay, so actually, I'm not finding it to be a terrifically exciting morning so far. The one I'm kind of watching is this MAPS, M-A-P-S. M-A-P-S, this is an all-time low. It's an earnings play. And again, following the theme, earnings play, all-time low. Maybe it'll continue to drift down all day. So there is MAPS, M-A-P-S. And also the Evergrande Circus. If you were here yesterday, you know the market took a real header at one point when we're talking about Evergrande defaulting and all their debt, etc., etc. So now, all of a sudden, we hear word that maybe they did make a debt payment. And also the Chinese regulators are looking to loosening the restriction on leverage, etc., to help developers, etc. So anyway, I guess the market is reacting to that this morning. Other things happening. MITQ is gapping up on earnings. Is a little earnings play. Low float situation. 7 million in the float. So again, this could be the crazy one, I suppose. I do hear Tilray. Tilray, when I say I hear Tilray is my text-to-speech, text-to-voice. I just have I know there was some news about Virginia GOP lawmakers open to allowing marijuana sales, etc. I don't know if that's specific. It's probably specific to the industry, but Tilray is starting to move right now. TLRY. I just have a tough time really getting too excited about any of these moves and any of these cannabis stocks. ONCR, kind of an interesting one, because if you read the headline, it said positive results. ONCR reports positive clinical response data. Anyway, obviously the market didn't think so. So there's a big gap down. Another one that it is at an all-time low. BLNK is an earnings play. BLNK is an earnings play. And it is starting to move up. Released earnings after hours yesterday. And you can see the spike up to 41.51. TISI is a big gap down. I think is it an earnings play? I think it's an earnings play. TISI, a big gap down 35%. Another all-time low. It's been sliding for months now. CPNG, this is actually one that I was looking at as a potential all-day short. However, I noticed it has popped up. CPNG, it is an earnings play. A big move on the SPY right now. Big move on the SPY. RLX, I'm not sure I saw any news on it. RLX. Okay, I do not see. What do they do? Okay, so this is a cannabis play, I guess. AGC. This looked really interesting until it didn't look so interesting. AGC was an all-time high up here. Started to really fade badly though. 18 down to 1680. Of course, this is the SPAC that is merging with Grab. Here's maybe an interesting earnings play. MRAM, M-R-A-M. Low float, 15 million in the float. Big gap up here. So when you look left on the monthly chart, so what are we at now? 814. So the next high looking left is 901 on the monthly chart. I think it's broken free on the weekly chart. Again, just have to wait for the market to open to see how it really starts to trade. It got up to 867 after hours yesterday. That's when it released earnings. And HYZN is also under earnings play, EV play, HYZN. And let's see, the next high looking left is $7 on the monthly chart. And is that right? $9.50 on the weekly chart. So this could get interesting. There's the monthly chart. There's the high, 7, so it's above that. And the next high in the weekly chart is way up here at around 10, $9.50 actually. So keep an eye on this one once it opens. HYZN. Yeah, there's no such thing. We're not. Okay, somebody asked in the YouTube room, is it a buy? Is anything a buy? We don't make pronouncements like that. All we're doing right now is just showing the ones that are moving in the pre-market. You have to wait and see what happens once the market opens. So it's not that, just because something is up right now doesn't mean it's going to continue once the market's open. So, the question was, is RLX a buy? I have no idea. Right now, it's just, it's up 19%. I don't see any specific news on it. I guess it's a cannabis play. Hey, Real, you're here early. Yeah, I do see Fetch. Fetch is not an earnings play. Or is it an earnings play? We're having trouble loading this data here. I don't think it's an earnings play. Okay, there we go. There's our charts. Yeah, so I don't... Farfetch talks to expand existing luxury new retail strategies. So I guess that is the news for Fetch. Yeah, so Dovacan here, do a refresh, change browsers. All right, Volta is just showing up in my gap ups, VLTA, again an EV play. EV's been kind of choppy the last couple of days. Look at the SPY, big move on the SPY. How do I feel about the pre-market volume for Mara and Riot? I don't know, I mean it's not doing anything, so it's only up, 31 cents on a $71 stock, so I don't feel anything about it right now. And Riot, Riot's had a little bit more news, I guess, a couple of days ago than did Mara. But again, I don't feel any way, one way or the other about it. I mean, it's up 1.3%. It's a $40 stock. Is that a big move? Not exactly. I see Riot did hit, 40, almost 41 in the after hours yesterday. I can't quite figure out this beat W. This is, I guess this is not a warrant. This symbol does not show up in Interactive Brokers. I mean, it almost looks like this was, I don't know if it's a new issue or what's going on with this. It's at the top of my list actually at 55%, so I don't know what the scoop is on this. Heartbeam, when I type in beat, let's see what happens when I type in beat. Yeah, I'm just not sure what's going on. I mean, it's obviously the same company, but the beat W does not appear to be the warrant. Is it a warrant? Because it's not just not showing up. I can't load it at all in IB, even with the /W or the .W or any other W. Anyway, we'll just have to see what happens, I guess, once this opens, though I cannot trade it. I can't figure out what the symbol would be in IB. Interactive Brokers, I keep talking IB, that's Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, hey, let's take a look at NUZE. NUZE yesterday, of course, was the wild and crazy one. Actually, it's not doing too badly. It hasn't completely and utterly collapsed, so maybe we'll have a second day. There's the high up here, 768. I'll stick an alert up there just in case it decides to crash through that. All right, 9:16. Let me go and quickly look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And we have none. They haven't sent it to me. What's going on? Yeah, normally I get this at like clockwork, 10 after 9 in my email every morning, but I don't have anything from them yet. Oh well, let's just take a look at the sector status. See what's happening with the major sectors this morning before the market opens. My guess is that everything is going to be pretty much positive, except for energy. All right, yeah, look at this. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So here's XLE as an example, the major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up that sector. That for XLE. What this is telling me right here, 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. So as we speak, if you want to, take a look at an energy play, unless it is trading on its own, maybe an earnings play or has some news that is very specific to it, you'll be definitely going against what the overall sector is doing. Okay, as opposed to technology, as an example, right now, 91% are up. Communications, usually they're about the same, 90% are up. Financial, 72% are up. Yeah, again, up from yesterday's close. So the weak sector right now, of course, as you can just see it, is energy. And healthcare, that's about 62% are up. Nothing fantastic. But as usual, we wait for the market to open. If I looked at this an hour after the market opens, things could be very different. But this just gives you a bit of a glimpse of what might happen today. Yeah, I just don't know what the designation in Interactive Brokers is for that BW. Not that I really want to trade it. I just thought it was interesting when I saw it right at the top of my list. So Zach mentioned Cyto, CYTO, virus play, nasal virus play. Guys, this MAPS is just drifting down now. These are the ones that I've been taking a bit early. I usually don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm not suggesting anybody do the same as me, but the premise being it's an earnings play. It's an all-time low. Nothing's holding it up, obviously, because it's an all-time low. When I say nothing holding it up, I mean there's no chart support. Doesn't mean it's going to keep drifting down, but it does have that look. Well, there we go is right. That is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And I'm talking about the CYTO. Yeah, Chris, I don't know. I mean, I can tell you in my layout, it's here, so I can't tell you why it's not in another scan. I can tell you, though, in mine, it is. If you're talking about our channel, I don't know. I don't know what filters are in place that it might be preventing it. I don't use that. You want mine, you can have mine. This is what I've been using for years and years and years now. Pre-market actives up and down and gap up and gap down. And I use that in the pre-market. You want to go to my home page and you can load those. If you go to my home page and go to the sector section, or not sector, my scan section. Yeah, it's on my home page. Go to the scan section and then just take a look at pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down, and gap up and gap down. Those are the four that I use and have been using for years and years for my pre-market work. NETI is here's another one, guys. NETI, this is shortable. I did hear this one. It's on an earnings play. At least it doesn't appear to be. Okay, so it's a financing, 19.4 million at $9. Okay, so they're raising money, $175 million. They're raising at $9. Existing shareholders, their positions are being diluted. So usually this is the result. Stock. But it's holding the financing price right now at 9. A lot of times you'll see it quite a bit below when a company does a financing. And for you Riven followers, RIVN, you're getting a nice bump here, little bump here for Riven, RIVN. It's very simple to see, yes, what stocks are shortable. It is very simple. And how many shorts are available. No idea. I don't have E-Trade, so don't know. Anybody that does have E-Trade can chime in. I have no idea. I'm going to do one more check to see if upgrades and downgrades appeared. What type of free service is that? Have a different sectors. Not sure what you mean, Denver. Are you talking about When you say my homepage, are you talking about what I just displayed before, Denver? Are you talking about when you go to my homepage, I do have something called the spiders? I just need a little more information to understand. So are you talking about this? You talking about this that I displayed before? Okay, yeah, that's just from the channel bar. Okay, it's called sector status. You just have to go to the channel bar. If you click on new, now I don't know if you're using if you have the dock channel bar. If that's an option, then click on that. And the reason you do that is because then you can load anything from the channel. Okay, and it's called sector status without your layout disappearing. Okay, that's the big advantage of clicking from there. All right, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I am now back. It's a lot of volume. What's the float for CYTO? CYTO? Rhetorical question. Yeah, so there's one reason, guys. 12.9 million in the float. And as I said before, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Broker, so I don't know how readily shorts are available in most platforms. So if there's no shorts available, that will not put any downward pressure from shorting. Again, I'm only talking Interactive Brokers, of course. As Zach is saying, most of them are gone now. Okay, this is what I would do first. If you go to my homepage, RAM, and what time is it? Okay, 2 minutes to the open. If you go to my homepage, okay, click on my homepage link, and when you do that, one of the sections is education, okay? If you click here on education, I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons to start off with, okay? It tells you what are, like creating a top list. Well, first of all, what is a top list? Creating top lists, alert windows, creating them. So this gives you a basic overview of the features, okay? So I would do that first. And then we do have a comprehensive user guide also, but I would take a look at this first just to get yourself acclimatized, okay? Now I'm also sharing a lot of scans, but that's what I would do first if you're brand new. And William is probably telling me that there's less than a minute for the market to open, and he is right as always. So about 30 seconds, everybody. So let's have a great end to this trading week. Well, Blink is really surging now, guys. BLNK. But again, wait for the market to open and see what happens. And we are open. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm kind of waiting on that maps to see if it moves down again. It had a little pop up from the 940 up to 970. MRAM on the move. This is an earnings play. MRAM is on the move. Volume coming in. Relatively low float, 15 million in the float. But again, it's Pamela, there are no classes on how to short. Okay, TI doesn't, but it's, you just think in a different way. All right, when you short, you're just hoping the stock goes down. That's all. When you go long or buy a stock, you hope it goes up. When you short, you hope it goes down. I mean, it's no different. The only difference is whether or not your broker will have shorts available. Other than that, I mean, you just click the big sell button, and that's it. But I mean, classes on how to short, I mean, if you're talking about the mechanics of it, it's literally just clicking the sell button in IB. Yeah, cover just means buying the stock. Okay, so very quickly, if I bought HYZN right now, and I want it to go up, and if it goes up and I want to sell it, I just sell it, right? I mean, that's what I do. I hopefully make a profit. Or if it goes down, I sell it. It's just the reverse. When you short a stock, you're selling it first, and then when you want to get out of your position, you buy it, cover it. And hopefully the stock has gone down and you're covering at a lower price than when you shorted it. If it goes up, well, you take a loss. But there's no classes. I mean, wow, look at our IVN guys. Congrats for anybody who decided to hold that one. See, watch, I'm going to do it right here. I'm going to show you right here. This is exactly what it would look like. So let's say I want to short maps, okay? Pick how many shares I want to short at. I can pick the price I want to get in at. In this case, I'm just going to short it right at the market. I'm going to click sell. And there it is. There's my short, okay? So the entry was at 916. Now, you hear me talk about stops all the time. So what I want this to do, I want this to go down from 916. And let's say it got down to 850. If I decided, well, I'm going to take my profit, I would just click the buy button. I'm out of the position. Okay? That's all it is. And as always, though, you have a stop, and your stop will be above your entry price when you're shorting. Meanwhile, CPNG earnings play is starting to move down now. MAPS is not. Keep an eye on it. It had actually a bit of a bounce here. I think people get hung up on the idea of shorting because all they hear about is, oh, shorting is very risky and you can lose all your money and while that is okay, look at that site of great call by SAC in the pre-market. This is what a virus play, and it's very low float. Here's one that's popping in also. I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Is OPFY. Well, Blink took off right from the get-go. I was hoping for maybe a little bit of a rest because I don't want to chase anything, but on the move. Big move for Blink. Earnings play, BLNK. And as always, I'll wait for some of the alerts I get from my option scanner today. Yeah, the cannabis plays are hot. I don't know. I just don't trust them. But anyway, ACB, I'm looking at ACB, CGC, Tilray, TLRY. When I say don't trust them, I just don't trust them to keep moving. Well, there was a boom RIVN, but then a big sell-off. If that's holding RIVN, unless that's just an outlier, it doesn't look like it. I'm looking at my other charts. And that's a big sell-off. 130, like $8 in a heartbeat. Well, sell off from this high here. I don't mean sell off. Semantics, Ija. Semantics. All right, guys, keep an eye on the maps. If it gets down close to 9 again. So INTZ, what are you doing? INTZ, another low float, 10.6 million in the float. Okay, so my issue with that one would be, looks like there's a little bit of resistance not that far away, 450 or so that becomes nothing I'm that interested in right now. Okay, guys, maps getting closer to that 9 level. AstraZeneca, actually AZN, I don't think I mentioned. Wow, look at this market, guys. Look, a big red bar to open. A big red bar to open. And we were, right before that, we were all happy. Look at this, and then look at this big red bar to open. The AstraZeneca, yeah, it's actually an earnings play. AZN is an earnings play. Maybe some support right around this 59 level. There's a low here. Yeah, it depends where you got it, of course. I mean, if you were able to see this up here, I saw it here. TISI, I saw it right around here. I guess, you're right. If you even at 182 down to 154. I'm just looking. I don't see Yeah, I'm probably reading the same sort of press release that you did, Zach. I don't see what phase it is. All right, guys, maps. All right, let's see if you break down through 9 for maps, MAPS. So something rocked the market. Come on, maps, take it out. You know you want to do it. Why is it wrong, eyes? What do you mean by that? Who are you asking that question of? Okay, guys, I'm just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts to see. This is what I forgot to mention. XPOF. XPOF. I did not have it on the list. I did have it on the list. Yeah, XPOF. I think it's their first earnings play. XPOF. It's an earnings. Yeah, sugar. I should have been following this one. This looks like a nice, maybe a fade now, guys. Released earnings after hours. It's their first time they've released earnings. And also, I think somebody put a price target on them. It was Raymond James. Put a $28 price target on them. Jam F. Wow, what's happened to you? So, really not that much action in the pre-market. Jam F, market's open. It is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. There was a reaction, this mauve area. And it's through the 200-day moving average now. Also, JAMF is through the 200-day moving average. The next low looking left on the monthly, 34.50. So there's the next low looking left on the monthly. It is now through the 200-day moving average. It's a fairly low float also, 38 million in the float. That's fairly low for a $35 stock. ONCR, I think Muriel mentioned that one. ONCR at 7. This is shortable also. Another all-time low. You look at their press release. It said positive. That was the headline. Reports positive clinical response. The market's saying, "Are you kidding me?" Because look at this. No NCR continues down here, guys, and obviously no support. It's an all-time low. I'm going to give maps just a little bit longer. Okay, another one coming in, AFIB. These are cheap ones. AFIB, another one, probably an all-time low. Of course you are. And it is also an earnings play. AFIB, another earnings play. So many of these earnings plays, these cheaper ones, they're making all-time lows. Come on, catch up. Get that bid catching up to the ask. Yeah, so if I said I'm going to go short AFIB, it means if I short it at 391, I'm hoping it goes down from there, okay? That's all it is. That's all it is. And if it moves against me, if I get in a short at $3.90, I'm hoping it goes down. Say, got down to 360, then I would buy it to cover my position and make 30 cents. It's just flipping, look, just flip it in your mind. That's all it is. All right, we have something in my option scanner. MRAM, what are you doing? Of course, you're an earnings play. Looking left, 901. I would never take this unless it broke out over 9. And let me make sure of this. So that high right there is 901. It's almost a 2-year high. I know, I saw that you put that in there. I've been concentrating, of course, on my maps. I had to really keep an eye on it because I had a little pop over 9 after I got in, so. But yeah, BTB, wow, no kidding. And it is Well, I mean, this looks like an all-time high, of course, but this is, I think this is what happened here, back here. They changed symbols. So this looks like it's an IPO from back here, but it is not. DATS, boy, we haven't had DATS for a while. Remember these days, guys? If you weren't in the room here, right over here, got up to $20. Okay, there's the MRAM, guys. There is the MRAM. Okay, guys, the MRAM, big winner from the scanner. Big winner from the scanner. Remember I said just waiting for a 9 break? You know what? I'm not liking this maps right now. If it doesn't get down below 9, I'm in at 904, okay, on this short, so I'm not loving it right now, the way it's trading. I'm going to give it a little bit more. And as I say every day, don't be afraid to trade them. What I mean by that, if you took the MRAM, don't be afraid to trade it. Also, I don't mean take the trade, but if you're in it, you know, something pops up so quickly. I mean, this, you know, that break of 9, I mean, it got up to 960 just like that. You can always take a little profit. I don't want to tell you when or where or how much, but you can't expect things are just going to keep ripping higher. No, I should look left again. So this is now a 2-year high. Back this monthly chart out just a little bit more to see what sort of highs are. 1120, this is back in 2018. Okay, and this is a high here of 983, and this is back in February of, so over 2 years ago. These are highs. That's why this says it's a 2-year high almost. Okay, so again, this is what I'm talking about. This is from my option scanner. I did not take it at 896. I said I will not even look at it until it took out that 9, was it 901 or 902, whatever that number was. All right, guys, so I got out of my maps for about a 6-cent loss, okay? I'll take a look at it again if it breaks down through 9. I thought that breakdown through 9 would really get it running, but so there's a short that didn't work for me. But MRAM, holy smokes, wow. And it's a low float, 15 million in the float. Wow, we're almost at 10 now. Well, we are at 10 now. Now, remember what I said yesterday. Yes, some of these ones that I thought, excuse me, might drop immediately on earnings when they're at an all-time low, and then when they had a sort of a bounce, probably sometime maybe in the afternoon, they could start to fade. So that's what I'm going to do with the maps. I hope that maps. Well, I shouldn't say this. I mean, if you're short maps, I want, if you're still short, but I'm hoping maps even gets up to this area here and bases and then starts to fall. So I'm going to try to keep an eye on that. Now, guys, what did I say about the MRAM? I mean, this is a stock that went up so quickly off the 9 right through 10, and it's at a pullback now to 950. So again, I'm just saying you've got to figure out a way to trade them, when you're in the position. Can't let this go all the way back down to, I don't know where it's going from here, but you can't let it go all the way back down to where you bought it without taking some out. Excuse me. All right, Riven is starting to come back. RIVN trying to come back here. It was kind of an interesting way it was trading. Got up to 135, and then it dropped all the way down to 124, just like that. Like it was a $10 drop very, very quickly. Now it's trying to coming back again. Okay, guys, keep an eye on PBI. PBI may be a little bit interesting. Trying to see if there's any specific news for it. PBI, Pitney Bowes rises as CFRA sees potential for 77% upside. So that's pretty, I don't know who CFRA is, but and it's at the 200-day moving average. 813 is the 200-day moving average. Moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, so I left this in here on purpose. I'm going to explain this at around 10:20. I want to explain today's profit. I want to explain the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. So this is in the simulator, okay? This is not my account. This is in the simulator. But I wanted to leave this in. I'm going to show you why a little bit later. Well, JMF has not bounced yet. Boy, it is really, really super weak earnings play. I did not get into this one. This one, IS, I can't remember if this one was rock. Yeah, this one had a couple of interesting days. But IS is really dropping now. Interesting days in that 2 days ago, got up to 13, sold down to 12. Yesterday kind of hung tough, but now this is a big giant red candle down, taking all of this out. And this is actually shortable for me. Interesting. Let's see if there's any specific news. So this appeared to be an earnings play yesterday, or on the 10th. Watch this one. And now that it's underneath that whole number, 1090, 1091. When you look left on the daily chart, the next low, well, 1081 is the next low. So it might stall it there. All right, guys, let's see. IS. Right at a critical level, right around here. Lucky you, Craig. Boy, Jam F, guys, man, I did not take that one, unfortunately. Sugar, that's awesome. I mean, where we see it the first time was at $35, okay? That's what this don't repeat, that's what the DR means, don't repeat. So what that allows me to do is I can go back and say, okay, where was the first alert and what time was it? So Jam F at 9:44 gave a short alert at $35. And then you look at the chart and say, okay, it's 34 now. So from that alert, it was pretty good. Here's the IS. First alert, 1097. It's at 1078 now. 1073, 1071, and counting. So I love the don't repeat. It allows you to kind of check to see, from the strategies that you build or the ideas that are generated, what do they do afterwards? All right, guys. Well, Maps is actually starting to maybe getting a little interesting again. We really have to break down through 9 for me to get it again. Keep an eye on the CYTO, guys. It looks like a RBI in the 15-minute chart is forming, maybe. What time is it? 10:05. So this, so what I'm talking about is you see this red candle here in the 15-minute chart, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. The next candle, if it moves, gets higher than the high here of that red candle, which is 310. If it takes that out, then that would be called a red bar ignored. In other words, you have an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then a continuation. I'm not saying it's going to happen. It hasn't happened yet. But this this candle, it's 10:06 right now. So this candle still has 9 minutes to close. So, you know, I don't know what's going to happen in the next 9 minutes, but if this all of a sudden zooms higher here, that gives a potential buying opportunity. Wow. Oh my goodness. All right, guys, I'm just really waiting on one more crack for IS. I see BITO, Bitcoin ETF, is really starting to slide here. So we've had 3 days of it actually. All right, guys, Blink after a pretty big pullback all the way down to $38, BLNK back up to 41. It's been pretty choppy though. Yeah, Saito just is not, CYTO, it is just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. But right now, you know, you got this big topping tail here. What does it mean? It means the buyers at one point had it up here, 315. The sellers have knocked it down so far. All right, another one from the option scanner. Another cheap one though. RGS from the option scanner. Whoa, how much room does this have? 324. Well, this has got a little bit of room, guys. RGS has got some room. When I say room, I'm looking left on these daily and weekly and the monthly charts to see where it could stall. The issue, though, is that you're in complete chase mode right now. I'd like to see it base a little bit. The alert was at 339. I'd like to see it base a little bit. I just don't want to chase it just because I came into my option scanner. All right. Oh boy, guys, IS is really starting to move now. Wow, boy, I mean, I'm loving the daily breakdowns. I know a lot of people don't want to short, but I'm loving the daily breakdowns. The 10 day, sorry, the 10 day, not the daily, but the 10-day daily breakdown. Oh, what do you mean? Check it. I'm in it. I don't have to check it. I mean, it's right here. I mean, guys, I'm loving the breakdowns. I haven't, it's funny. I mean, I'd like to get into the breakouts, but the breakdowns, I mean, they just seem to be just so more devastating. So I mean, here's an. I mean, obviously the BTB probably was an excellent one. 239. What did it get up to before it came back? So not incredible, but I'm just looking here. Here are the original alerts. But just look at these breakdowns. And when they start breaking down, they really start breaking down. I'm maps. Didn't, but it could still later on. I mean, it could still do it later on. I still have my radar is still on that one. And the Jam F, I didn't see what the CGen did. CGen 588, what are you doing? Yeah, I mean, it's still in that area. Let's take a look left. It's not an all-time low. They don't all have to be all-time. Wow. They don't all have to be all-time lows. Trying to see if there's any really specific news for this one today. I mean, we have the news from yesterday. Iron Source exceeds Q3 revenue expectations, etc. Wedbush maintains a buy rating. Market doesn't care. It just does not care. It's a big float too. I mean, now sometimes that can really play to our advantage. Instead of, now I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but instead of getting giant whippage, big green candle, then a red candle, then a green candle, then a red candle, which really makes it difficult to stay in a trade. When you have that big of a float, usually it's a little more orderly. Not yet, and maybe, Ray, I have no idea when it's going to happen. No idea. I guarantee you, though, that you'll get an email if it does. Okay? Not from me, but from the company. No idea when or if it's going to happen. Okay? It's a big API issue. I mean, that's the issue. Not that we don't want to. Okay, guys. Well, trade. You got it. As I know, I keep saying it. If you took that IS short, you've got to. I mean, actually, this is a bigger candle than I expected, but you've got to trade some. I mean, wow. I mean, down to 1034. I didn't get in quite at the alert 1097. I waited just a little bit for the 1080 mark, but I'm trading it all the time. I mean, these are just great percentage moves, in a very short period of time. Amortize that over a year. Well, I'm still kind of, I don't want to lose sight of maps. I mean, it's on a low float, not a high float, 48 mil. I don't want to lose sight of it, but for me, it would have to get down to those levels, 887, before I'll get interested in it again. I already took a small loss on it. I had a small gain, and then it turned into a small loss as it moved higher. But I mean, it's an all-time low. It's an earnings play. I'll just have to keep watching it, and if it takes out that 880, I think 887, which is the low, I might get interested in it again. Okay, BRLT is on the move from 1750. So this is one that's actually the Brilliant Earth Group. I love you. Great name. So jewelry stores, okay. So it's an earnings play, actually. Didn't really see it, but it's an earnings play, and there's the reaction. Pretty good, obviously, up 24%. Ah, there we go, 8 million in the float. So this could do anything now. And with that float, obviously this is an IPO from back here. Yes, this is an IPO from back here. The all-time high, this is 2 months ago. So the all-time high is 1823. Man, that was a massive reversal for IS. Just after I finished saying with this high float, you know, I wouldn't expect to get movements like this. This is what happened. Yeah, the RGS from my scanner is starting to move. I did not take it. All right, it's almost 10:20. So, well, this is a more exciting morning than I thought it would be, to be honest. I thought it was going to be, when I was scanning my pre-market, you know, obviously there are some things moving, but nothing really caught my eye. But it's been, again, as always, an exciting first 45 minutes. So if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And how do you create a symbol list? I can show you how to do that right now. I have actually a video for you. Okay, there's a video on how to create a symbol list or a watch list. We call it symbol lists. Okay, now the promo code is still alive and kicking, okay? Sometimes they don't last. Oops, wrong. Sometimes they're just one day, but this is at least 2 days now. Thanks, Vet20, okay? There is the promo code you can use. Why do I say that? Because too many things got. Well, okay, there's my homepage link. Just give me a moment here. Well, HEPS is now starting 367. A little cheap though. Just sorry guys, just a minute. I'm having problems pasting things in here. Okay, so I pasted my homepage link right there. Okay, there it says Barry's homepage. There's my link. Also available in the main trading room all day, right here from my homepage tab. So if you click on this, click on my homepage tab. That's the link. So this is what I'm saying. You can get 20% off as opposed to 15% off. Use that other code, thanks vets, all in capital letters, 20, and you'll get 20% off the first month only or the entire year. Let me show you how much Trade Ideas costs, and we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the premium annual would be $22.68 a year minus the 20%, and the standard would be $10.68 a year minus the 20%. The big difference is the AI, a little more activity in the AI today than we had for the last 2 days. I'll go over that in a little bit. Now, if you do not know Trade Ideas very well, do not take out an annual subscription. You can start off with a monthly, okay? Standard is $118, premium is $228. And that 20% discount, you can apply it to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. You do not get 20% every month, just the first month. However, if within 30 days you decide, I love the program, I'd like to upgrade to an annual, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 20% promo code. So, my recommendation, if you want to try us out, take the standard, you'll get 20% off the first month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. It's that simple, okay? Meanwhile, Jam F, ugh, what a great short. Not in. Okay, now on my homepage here is a lot more information. Save my link. A lot of information on my homepage, including, these are 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. And here is all of our education. We have a comprehensive user guide now. If I click on it, you'll see that it is here. It is broken down into sections. And a lot of them will have videos attached, great explanation. And we also have a full table of contents that is searchable. Okay? Oops. But if you're starting out, what I would do, you don't have to dive into the guide first, and you don't have to learn everything that's in the guide, obviously. What I would do is I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Goes over things like what is a top list, creating a top list, alert windows, how do you create them, the single stock window, the single stock window up here, information about Brokerage Plus, information about the AI that we nickname Holly. Daily support session. So I monitor a YouTube room at the same time as the main room. I do take a break at around noon. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. And so I will pop that link in if you want to head over there. Today is Friday, so I believe it'll be handy in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. So I'll pop the link in before I go on, excuse me. Sorry about that. I'll pop that link into our YouTube room before I take my break at noon. Daily webinars, they are Monday to Thursday, but it's on a rotation. So next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. The following week it's Monday, Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, just getting started, need a refresher, great little video series, all free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. I really encourage you to take a look at this. And last, but certainly not least, from my homepage, all my scans, okay, that I'm sharing. If you click here, click here. This is a sample layout that I've got, and also individual windows that I have, or individual scans that I'm sharing. My favorite scan, the moving higher with unusually strong options, and then of course these two that you can see, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, okay? But I have other scans. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. The gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. So a lot of information. A lot of information on my homepage. Just save the link and then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. You don't have to do it while the room is open. Give me a moment as I size my window. All right, guys. So now, just want to go over what trade. Geez, just a minute, please. And I can tell it's Friday. I'm starting to lose my voice. All right. Excuse me. So what is Trade Ideas? What we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay? So this is an example. If you want to build your own scans, this is an example of a scan, the 10-day daily breakout. If I right click and configure, it'll show me what it's looking for. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between 2 and 35. Current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, 500,000 shares, etc. If you're building your own scans, you always start off with some filters. In this particular case, these are the filters I'm using. And this is my trigger, the alert. So if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. Conversely, these are the 10-day daily breakdowns. That's why I see these stocks here. Okay, so if you want to create your own scans, you always start off with some filters. Otherwise, if I just said, well, show me the stocks making new highs for the day, I'd be inundated with alerts. Okay, so you always start off with the filters. Now, if you took this one, if you like this one, and again, it's one of the ones I'm sharing, but you didn't like, for instance, the price range, no problem, you just change it. If you wanted between 10 and 100, you just change it. See, now in the summary, see how it is changed. So you can, of course, take any of my scans and you can adjust them to maybe more your trading style. Maybe you take out a filter, maybe you add some filters as you get used to using Trade Ideas. Okay, but if you like it the way it is, great. We also have a lot of other scans here. So if I click on New from our toolbar, I click on the dot channel bar, all of these channels are themed channels, okay? So for instance, if I go to the momentum channel, this is what I see. And so these are the scans that are in there. So for instance, here's a momentum scan. If I like this scan, if I thought, I wouldn't mind having this as part of my layout, you just save it to the cloud. And all I'm trying to do is show you the concept that if you do not want to build your own scans, and some people don't, and that's fine. That's why we've created a lot for you. So you could always save this to the cloud. You could go to another channel, stock surging channel. If you like what you see here, the action is heating up right now. Okay, save this one to the cloud. See, so what I'm trying to explain is that you can go to the various channels. You can start extracting scans that kind of look interesting to you. And when you do that, if you save them to the cloud, then file load from cloud, and you would see them. You would see them right at the top. You would just highlight, load, and there, in that fashion, you can build your own layout without having to really have built any scan from scratch. So we try to make it very, very easy. Now, again, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. And one of the things we did as a company, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, He said, how about if we do this? We created many, many alerts. These are all the alerts that you see. And when it comes down to these icons here, these are the filters. You don't have to learn them all. I think people get so overwhelmed when they see all the alerts and filters that we have. Well, you don't have to learn them all. We've created so many because we have, thousands of subscribers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we felt if we create enough alerts and filters for the vast majority of our customers who want to create their own scans, they can find the right combination to do it. But of course, you don't have to learn them all. All right, guys, now let's go over this window that we see here called Brokerage Plus. No, we don't have an app for the Mac. You can use our program on a Mac in 3 different ways. You can use the web-based version. I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's not as robust as the app. You don't have access to this window that I'm going to talk to you right now about. It's called Brokerage Plus. Or, if you're willing, and I know a lot of people do it, if you're willing to use a simulator, an emulator, it's not a simulator, an emulation program like Parallels or something, or a cloud-based service like Amazon Web-based AWS, but there is no app for the for the Mac. And I doubt if there ever will be. So this window you see here is called Brokerage Plus. And again, only available if you're using our downloadable application. I'm going to put the link in. Okay, so I just put a link called Brokerage Plus. So the answer, Arbol, is no, no, and no. Sorry. We don't have any option data other than the very, well, I use it. I mean, this is what I use, my favorite scan. But we don't have strike. This is what we have. We have the put call ratio. We have options volume, which is the average over the last 10 days. Option volume today, put and call volume today, and then this is the key metric right here: option volume today %. So in my option scanner, the minimum number of contracts has to be at least 2,000, and then it has to be trading at least, in terms of option volume, 3 times normal compared to what it did over the last 10 days. Okay? So I'm looking for option, but that's the extent of it. Okay? Now, short volume data, I mean, we have short float %. So we have the float, and so for instance in RGS, 24% of the float is short. So you could, in theory, you could create a custom formula. I don't think it matters that much. I think it's the % that's the key. Okay, but you can, in theory, create a custom formula that would multiply these two together. That would show you the short volume. Well, we don't scan for options, okay, Ram? So, I mean, I don't know how to answer that question. We don't scan for options, so you can't use this window to trade options if that's what you're talking about. And I want to get into this window just briefly. Well, not briefly, but I want to talk about it. I want to talk about it. It's Brokerage Plus. It's a feature we've got. It's an option that we have. If you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. You have to have an IB or E-Trade account. What I popped in here, this Brokerage Plus link, there are 2 videos. The short video shows you how, if you have an E-Trade or interactive broker's account, how you can connect and then how you can trade. Okay? Now, the second video, a lot longer, it goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window called Brokerage Plus. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means that this feature is not available. Okay? That's all it means. However, it is available if you want to practice trading, and this is what I try to demonstrate all day long. If you want to practice trading, if you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, use our simulator. It's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even have to have a broker, okay? It's using our real-time data, and you can practice trading. Okay, before you commit money to the market, you better be able to make money in a simulator. If you can't make money in a simulator when there's no pressure at all, then forget about trying to make money in the market, okay? Unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money once you start trading live. Because again, discipline, a lot of emotion comes into it. But I'll almost guarantee you this, if you can't make it in a simulator, forget about trying to trade real money. Just a minute. Yeah, I will in a second here, Arbel. I think you guys know what I'm trying to do. Just give me a moment here, guys. I took it off. I was trying to get the map short. I could probably try again. I was trying to get the map short because of the uptick rule. It just sat there for too long. I just don't like it when it sits there too long. So actually it's starting to move up a little bit, so maybe I'll get a better feel. Okay, so if you Arbel, if you right click on any alert window, okay, configure, and then do a search, and then just type in options, okay, and then here is where you'll have that. Okay, so here are the option filters that we have: the put call ratio, etc. Okay. You cannot see level 2 on Trade Ideas, no. We get the question every now and then. I mean, obviously your broker has level 2. But no, we do not have level 2. You know what's right back up is MRAM. MRAM is right back up. I did not get back in it, unfortunately. But MRAM is right back up. Well, we have level, I guess you call it level 1. I mean, these are real-time alerts. Okay, so these are real-time alerts. So as a simulator, I was showing, well, actually early on, people are asking about how to about shorting it all. So I wanted to show somebody how easy it is to short. I mean, the mechanics of it anyway. So I took this short at 916 for maps, and here it is in the simulator. It's obviously working pretty well now. Okay, we did have a pop-up a little bit, so at one point I was in a losing position. But right now, you know, from 916, 881, so a lot of people, what they would like to do is maybe take trades on a pullback. Okay, so I want to show you how you can do that in the simulator. Boy, we're getting some big ones coming down. FXLV, what are you? FXLV, another earnings play. Man, oh man, it's gonna be so sad next week, guys. So sad next week. Earnings season is basically over. Next week, we just had a fantastic 3 weeks of stocks that, you know, I never look at earnings for Apple or Microsoft or Google. I don't care about those. I mean, yeah, they can move on earnings, but you don't get the 20, 30, 40, 100% movers. But, you know, what I call the second and third tier companies, even fourth tier companies that release earnings. I mean, most people probably haven't heard of an FXLV. You're not going to hear about it on CNBC. But look what it's doing. I mean, 22%. But let's take a trade. Let's take a look at something. Okay, let's say you wanted to take this XPOF. I want to take it on a pullback. I don't want to take it right now at 23.19, but if I pull back to this level right here, 22.35, I want to take the trade. Okay? So how many shares you want to do? And I'm going to let's make it 22.50. I'm going to take the trade at 22.50 on a pullback. I type it in both the price and the stop boxes. I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. Okay, so if XPOF gets back down to 22.50, it'll take the trade on a pullback. That's how you can practice pullback trades. Okay? Now, at some point, if you thought, no, I don't like it anymore, maybe the market's really tanking, or you just don't like it anymore, you don't want to do it, no problem. You don't have to stick with it, of course. You just go to your orders in Brokerage Plus, and you right click and cancel. Okay? Okay, you guys are talking about fun. So Fun and DATS used to trade together, so I wonder if DATS is doing the same thing. The answer is no. So Fun is on its own. Yeah, how about that, Stantec? Thank you, Commodore. Yeah, you're right. DWAC did have a big pop, 57 up to 65. Yep, you're right. It did have a big pop, so Fun is being dragged along with it. But what I want to do is I want to find something. Let me find something else here. I just want to demonstrate a little bit of money management, and then we'll get on to looking at the market again. All right, let's just say for argument's sake, you wanted to take this HYZN right here, okay? What's the spread like? That's a 3-cent spread. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'll explain why I'm doing it. I'm going to buy it right at the market. And it should take the trade probably at around, I would say 725, 726, okay. I'm going to put a stop at 706, which happens to be 20 cents away. Why? I want to make the math easy. And you'll see on the chart, you'll see a red line will appear. And you see it says minus, maybe it's hard to read, but it says minus 97.50, close to $100. So what this is doing is it's saying, okay, first of all, when you get into trading, not every trade is going to work. So the way I trade is that I'll always have a price that I'm getting out if the trade isn't working. The other thing I should mention to start off with, you should have some kind of a checklist, all right? In other words, you should be really looking for reasons not to take a trade. If you can't check, I don't mean the checklist should be 100 long. You'll never ever get into any trade. But if you can't say, yes, this is what I'm looking for, so I can check this, this, this. For instance, in my scans, I know that it's always going to be in the price range I want, okay? I know it's going to have the minimum volume I need. I know it's going to have the relative volume that I need. So I can already, my scans are already done some of my checking, pre-checking already. So then when I get an alert, I don't have to worry, man, I wonder if the volume is okay or is it the price I want? Of course not. I already know all that because of the scans I create. So you have to have some kind of a checklist, and if you cannot check all the boxes, do not take the trade. What your checklist is going to be, I can't tell you. That's why you've got to practice, practice, practice. So let's just say, though, that everything checks out, you take the trade, and it starts working against you. And you can't believe it because everything seemed to work out. I had great earnings or nice press release, the pattern looked good, everything looked really good. Even the best setups sometimes just don't work. So that's why I always have a price I'm going to get out of the stock that's called a stop. Now, if you agree with all that, what you should be thinking to yourself is, okay, I get it, but how do I know where to place that stop? And that's, again, where the practice is going to come in. There are different ways of placing stops. I'm a bit of a visual person. I try to size up on a chart, on at least a 5-minute chart, where I think there is some support. But support meaning a lot of action at a certain price. So if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. As an example. Other ways, if you get into a trade, a good-looking trade, good setup, you might want to use the low of the previous 5-minute candle, maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle, maybe it's, a certain moving average. I can't tell you how you're going to want to place your stops. That is only going to come with practice. But let's just say that you've been able to practice well enough and you're getting used to the idea of placing stops. Placing your stop then will share size you. Because notice I took 500 shares. It wasn't just because every trade I take 500 shares or a set number. My share size is based on my entry is 726. I put the stop at 706 on purpose, not because necessarily that's where it should be, but I put it 20 cents away. When you get into trading, if you have a $5,000 account, hopefully you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade, okay? So what I do in this simulator to demonstrate, I'm risking $100 a trade, and I risk $100 in the simulator every trade. So that's how I came up with 500 shares, because if I take the difference between my entry, 726, 706, that's 20 cents. If I divide that into $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. In the reverse, if I get out with a 20 cents loss on 500 shares, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. So that's how this works. Yeah, we do have, I have a question from our YouTube room. We do have some I've never used them. I don't know how, to be honest, how good they are, but you can try it out. Consolidation, 5 minute, 10, 15, 30, okay? Intraday. So you can try that out. So if you, in an alert window, if you right click, configure, and then type, and then click on search, and then type in consolidation. Okay, and here are our consolidation, here are the alerts, and here are the filters that we have, okay? That was a question from our YouTube room. Can you check for consolidations during a 5 or 10 minute period? Okay, guys, so look at Posh. What a recovery it's had. Posh has had a nice recovery. NTCO. Is it showing up here? It is not. Natura. Yes. Yeah, no kidding. It's I'm surprised it's not here. There must be a filter blocking it because it is definitely a 10-day low, 10-day breakdown. I might have, you know what I did? I upped my relative volume. I was finding I was just getting too many alerts, so I think I upped my relative volume to 8. Oops. Yeah, I upped it to 8 and it's at 7.22. Otherwise, had I left it at 6 like it was yesterday, that one would have shown up. That would have shown up also. But I'm okay with that. You know, I'm trying to reduce the number of alerts I get. But that is excellent also. Now the other thing, just to put an end to all this talk about money management and all. So on the 7th, so here it is. Here's the HYZN. One of the hardest things to do is to obey your stop. Okay, you might be you practice. It's easy enough in a simulator when it's not your real money, but again, you know, sometimes even if you're a seasoned trader, but especially when you're starting out, sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop because you can't believe the trade isn't working. And so you start second guessing about where you placed your stop. You start saying to yourself, maybe it was too tight a stop. Obviously that, because this has to work. It's such a great setup, great news, great everything. It has to work. So you know what? I'm going to ignore my stop. So instead of being the manageable $100 loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell and say, man, why didn't I obey my stop? It can be very, very difficult. Now, one of the worst things that can happen is that you don't obey your stop, and now instead of losing 100, you're down 200, 300, and then all of a sudden it reverses, and now you're up 100, 200, and you say, yeah, I'm glad I didn't obey my stop. Yeah, can that happen? And it will happen, of course, it will happen. But, I can just say from many years of experience, I never disobey my stop. I can always get back into the trade, okay? If I obey my stop, I get taken out, and then it starts to move in the direction I want, I can always get back into the trade, okay? Wink, wink, maps, okay? I took a little loss on the maps earlier, but I said I can always get back into the trade if it got under 9. It was a bit of a bear trying to get it because of the uptick rule, but I persevered. So, you know, you can always get back into a trade if it sets up. You can just look at it this way. You know, when you first get into a trade, maybe we're just a little early. That's all it is. Boy, this was such a nice one also, FXLV. And listen, for those of you who don't want to short or are still squeamish about it, you know, practice in the simulator. You know, I mean, it's really simple. You just hit the big sell button. That's it. The only thing I would advise is before you do it, even though it's in the simulator, you know, we're always trying in the simulator to emulate real world conditions, make sure your broker does have shorts available. Now, it's very simple in interactive brokers to see. Other programs, I don't know. So what I'm trying to say is, you know, there's no point in a simulator, if you're trying to really practice for real, to start taking shorts if your broker doesn't have shorts available. So Durham, yeah, we haven't had too many halts today, but I see Durham got halted or resumed. I'm sorry, I guess this is an IPO. Must be an IPO today. Durham. Now I should look at this one just to see. Go to firebriefing.com. Okay, it came at really late, all the upgrades and downgrades. I'm not going to go over them now. You know what? I'm not liking this maps at all. It's basically where I shorted it, so I don't know. I don't know. It's just not wanting to really have that big thundering move down that I was hoping for. So I'm going to give it a little more time. But now AXDX, this is from my option scanner. Okay, 770, 676. As always, look left. I see $7. If it can take out 7, is that right? $7 there, 687 there, 660 there. Yeah, 719. I mean, it's not the cleanest looking chart that I've seen, but it could run. I mean, it's what's the float like? 35 million. So it's not certainly a high float. Yeah, I took myself out of the maps, guys. I just don't like the way it's kind of chopping up and down on me. So I'm out of the maps. Took another little loss on it. So 2 little losses on the shorts. I had both times. I had little gains, but I was looking for a lot more. I was hoping it would because there's no support. So I was hoping it would really start to drop. Anyway. Yeah, TISI is halted actually for news, yes. Now, the news can't be, earnings. I mean, there it is. It's an earnings play, but it can't be that. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm back. Now, a word about what you're seeing here also with the today entry price, today's profit, and max P&L, okay? So, what this is telling me in the maps, okay? Short, remember, this is a short, was a short trade in the simulator. At one point, I was up $206. At this point, I'm only up $81. I mean, that's not horrible, but imagine if at one point you were up $500 and now you're only up $81. Because one of the key things about trading, yeah, it's great we talk about entries, but exits are also, and I'm not just talking about, getting stopped out of a trade, but when to take profit and when are you going to do it and how much you're going to do it, and that is only going to come with some practice, okay? And so what you wouldn't want to have happen is, again, if that were $500, allowing it to, when you get out of the trade, you're only up, say, 90, or worse, you've taken a loss. So this can kind of help you gauge how good are your exits. You hear me say all the time, you have to trade these. And when I say that, I'm talking about if you're in the trade, you can't expect something, especially some of the ones that I'm looking at, with fairly low floats, and they're pretty volatile. You can't expect that they're just going to keep moving higher all day long, okay? So you've got to be able to figure out a way to get out of, with some profit, and so that even if it went back down to your break even or to your entry, at least you've taken some profit. So this will kind of help. The other thing is that if you don't get out of a trade in the simulator at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So this is how you can actually practice swing trading also. Okay, you can practice swing trading right here. And when I get out of a trade, I'll, let me see what's happening on this one. Okay, I just want to show you what this distance from the exit price does. So I'm going to flatten the trade, okay? These are hotkeys. Flatten gets me out of the trade. Okay, see now my position is 0. I took $109, at one point it was up 200. Again, this is in the simulator. But now the distance from the exit price. Now this will be a little bit crazy because let's see what happens. I don't think, so what you want to see now is a big positive number, okay? Why? Because what that would be telling, remember you were shorting. I'm going to see if this is, yeah, so you want to, it's easier to explain because I know people are, get a little squeamish about shorting. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to flatten out of this HYZN trade, okay? So at one point I was up $57. When I'm getting out of the trade, I'm up 30. Okay, now this distance from the exit price will probably be more easy to explain. So what this means is, when I got out of the trade, right now it's 0, so it's right where I got out of the trade. But if you're long something, if you wanted something to go up, and then you sold, when you sold, after you sold, of course you'd like to see it drop. Then you'd say to yourself, great, it was a good exit, because look what, I got out at 726, and now it's 6. Okay, you'd say, great, what a great exit. What you don't want to see is a big giant, you don't want to see like $2 or $3 from the exit price, which means that you really left a lot of money on the table. So I'm just showing you these because this can kind of give you a bit of a gauge, a help, and how good are your exits. My goodness, BRLT. So that one from the 10-day daily breakout was superb. 1750, 18 now. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking around now to see if anything is, see what that AXEX did. Did it pop out? No, see, I was worried about that 7 level, and that's kind of where it got to. The RGS, I guess it had a nice little run. I don't know if it's pulled back. Yeah, a little bit of a pullback. But RGS from 339 in my options scanner all the way up. Wow, that was excellent. 372. I didn't take it. I did not take it. Boy, this was a really... Now look at the market. We've got a very strange market. I mean, we had a nice gap up in the pre-market, then all of a sudden the market opened. We had a giant red candle. I mean, it was even bigger than this because, you know, there's a bottoming tail. At one point it was way down here. And now look, just a complete turnaround. Okay, guys, I will be right back also. Just give me a moment. So you see in this short where it says 9 cents, that's what you'd want to see in a short, you know, when you got out, because what this is telling me, it is 14 cents above where I covered, which is what you want to see, okay? Remember, you want the stock to go down when you are short the stock. So of course, when you finally cover your position, you know, you would not want to see it keep going down further and further and further because, you know, that means you would have been leaving money on the table. Boy, Fetch is just, it almost looks like a buyout. I know it's not a buyout, but that look at Fetch, FTCH. Look at this basing at 5. That's typically what you'd see if something was being bought out. It's not. Okay, BTBT, is this an IPO? Yes, it is. That's an IPO. Oh, that's right. I was going to look to see what DERM, how many shares were outstanding. I'll look at both of those IPOs now. So here's DERM, and let's see who's behind it. Let's see. So Riley, okay, Riley and Roth. All right. Price range. This looks like this is a SPAC. It's not though. The reason I say that is because 10 typically is where the SPACs open. Anyway, only 3.5 million shares. So this opened below, you can see right now, 886. So it opened below what they thought it would open at. Or not open at, but the price, the IPO price. So this is right now. This is not a great IPO right now. And the other one was BD. Here's another one that's just not showing up on this calendar. I don't understand it. Seen a couple like that. Yeah, I just don't see it. I don't see BTBD. So maybe is it truly an IPO? So $12 million. So this is something to do with BTB or BTB also, I guess. No, no. I'm confused. Let me just see what's the name of this BTB. This is okay. No, it's got nothing to. Sorry, I don't understand why it's not showing up as an IPO in my IPO calendar. It looks like 2.4 million units at $5 a unit, though. This is what I'm seeing. 2.4. Boy, this is one of those that could go absolutely. Well, it already has gone crazy. So I'm looking at 2.4 million at $5, and it's at. I'm sorry, guys. My eyes went bug. I thought that was 15. It was at. Okay, so it's basically at the price. I think I was looking at this 15 here. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'm just rearranging some things on my other monitor. Give me a moment, guys. Just fixing some things. Yeah, I see MRAM is right back up to 10. All right, guys, CGen, where are you now in relation to, this is an earnings play. It just broke down a little bit more after some consolidation. Let's just see, looking left on that weekly chart, what's the next low? 576, so it's below that. Yeah, this has maybe just a little bit of room. What does she know? Linda. I like it better as a potential short, but too bad there's no shorts for me anyway for CYTO. Wow, yeah, no kidding on the MRAM. I'm not in it. I did not get back into this one, unfortunately. But man, oh man. HYZM is kind of interesting. It looks like it's trying to, this is not the type of play I normally would be involved in because it's not near the high of the day, but it's basing here. You get any sort of a volume pop and that could get it running again. It may stall at the high or maybe it takes it out. But it's an earnings play, so it should still be active. But look how the volume is just, dwindled. Just completely and utterly dwindled. 5-minute chart, look at the 5-minute chart, look at the 15-minute chart. All right, FXLV continues its march down. What a great chart. I didn't take this one. Unfortunately, I didn't see it soon enough. Look at this market. What a run. Yeah, I have no idea what happened here. This was pretty startling, that first 15-minute candle. And then it based a bit, and now look at this. We've been 1, 2, 3, 4. We're almost an hour straight up. And big candles, like big wide-bodied candles. Okay, thank you. So that was right at 10 o'clock, or right here at 10 o'clock, okay? Or right here at 10 o'clock, or here at 10 o'clock. There it is. There's a 15-minute candle. Okay, so that, interesting. Yeah, it's been halted for news, which is a little bit strange. I don't... Okay, they're going to issue warrants. That's their news. They're going to issue warrants. That looks like that. I mean, that's all I can see. $5.9 million warrants at $150 a share, etc., etc. So on top of bad, I guess a bad reaction to earnings, you know, and now they're going to be issuing warrants, raising money. A little cheapy on the way down, continuing on the way down. It's not shortable for me. AFIB. Would have been nice. There's your alert at 401. 365 now. That's a great percentage move. It's just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. You know, that was one that Zach pointed out really early before the market even, well, the market would pre-market, of course, but yeah, look at BTB. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm not sure you can change the commission in this simulation. I'm not sure. I think, let me see if I can figure out a way. I don't think you can, but I'm not sure. I think they put $1 or something like that. Let me just ask. Maybe one of the other guys knows. I seem to remember the last time I ever looked at that, I think it was something like $1. Well, in fact, okay, I can see right there it says 250. 250 commission, okay? I don't know if you can actually change it, okay? Yeah, I don't see a way in which you can actually change it. But right now I can see it says 250. All right, guys, the other thing to also, of course, pay attention to, I mean, you don't want to short these things. Then, you can figure out a way to play a bounce. Well, the old NCR, that was 676, now it's 610. All right, guys, I'm getting close to taking a break in about 20 minutes or so, 20, 25 minutes. I just want to confirm that it'll be Andy in our YouTube room. Boy, what a base here for fetch FTCH. I mean, that's an amazing consolidation on the 5-minute chart for FTCH. Boy, this is another one. I lost sight of this one. This was a tremendous short all day yesterday, I think. Ion Q, it finally had, after being running up day after day after day, it finally, 2 days ago, finally had, a big down day. A little bit of one yesterday, continuing down. But this had just an amazing run from 970 all the way up to 23 in about 2 weeks. Which one are you talking about, real? You're probably talking about the ONCR, right? Oh, MRAM. Oh, the breakout. Oh yeah, 840. You're right, absolutely. I should try to pay a little more attention to these breakouts. I don't know why. I just don't have the same faith as the breakdowns. Ooh, Iova, 20, breakdown underneath 20 now. Ooh, boy, what could this do? Let's take a look left on that monthly chart. The next low looking left is 1738. So at night, that's far enough away. The next low on the weekly chart that's low, 1803. So this has got some room, guys, underneath 20. This has got room. Iova has some room. When I say room, I'm just looking left. And again, the next low looking left on the monthly chart is 1738. Obviously at 1985, that's room enough. The weekly chart, the same thing. The next low is 1803 at 1984. That's room enough. And my headset just died. Just give me a moment, please. I'm really watching this IOVA, guys. This break underneath 20, such a significant, in my opinion anyway, a significant break of one of those psychological numbers to get through. Whole numbers in general, but then, you have some special ones like the 20s, the 30s, the 25s, 100. So I don't want to lose sight of this one, the Iova. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. Yeah, so So they did announce some data, and obviously, I mean, the market's not obviously market is reacting very negatively to it. Okay, TISI resumed, TISI resumed. Probably no, yeah. All right, yes, I just had a confirmation. It is Andy in our YouTube room at noon, between noon and 1. So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. Okay, great. I'm guys. I'm really IOVA. Longer it holds under this 20. Fetch time, FTCH. That means it must be breaking down. I think that's what Real was kind of waiting on. Oh, broke up. Well, come on, Iova. I want you to really break down through 20. You may not do it for me. Yeah, I'm wanting to really short this one around 1985-ish or so. Leave 20 behind, but it just may not do it. Been a choppy day, guys. I mean, I look. I mean, this is was nice and all, but very choppy. The MRAM, very choppy. I mean, look at these. 15-minute chart. Look at the topping tails, the bottoming tails, up down, up down. Depending how many shares you took and your stop, I mean, you'd be hard pressed to just keep in the trade. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. I'm getting closer to my break, so I just put the YouTube link in. You want to head over there at noon or so when Andy takes over. He'll be there between 12 and 1. Where are you getting an IB price target, Ija? From within IB, what are you using? What would I load from IB? All right, I'll take a look at that later. Fundamental Explorer, okay? But how is it for intraday? Where is it showing you? I'm sorry, guys. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Where is it showing you the price target? Oh, target. Analyst rating. You're talking about that as an example? Oh, I see. Okay. So that's definitely for longer term trading then. Not certainly not for intraday trading. No, I know, but I'm not. Talking to somebody in YouTube, guys, in case you're wondering. Ah, I thought it looked like it took out 20 again, and then it just now it's still hanging around that 20. IOVA. I keep waiting for it to really take out 20. IOVA. Showed up right there, the 10-day daily breakdown, right at 20. You look left, it has a couple of dollars anyway, but it just doesn't want to. And I thought right there, it just tried the second time, got down to 1994. So I'm just going to keep an eye on it, see if it really crashes down through 20. I mean, right here is maybe the 2020, 2028 or so is maybe where it could stall. Well, guys, I'm getting 0 new alerts. So again, this is great. This is what I want to see. 35 cents above where I covered. That's great. You know, if you're short. And long, it's 6 cents below where I got out. So, you know, both these numbers are good. Why have I got what up, Ija? Well, look at XPOF. Wow, I don't know, a comeback. I actually was looking at this as a potential short earlier, but XPOF, first time it's released earnings. Now this is a good IPO. This is a good one. You know, did nothing for the first 3 months really, but look at this. Yeah, I think somebody has to do it for you. So if you info@trade-ideas.com, I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Or actually, maybe even quicker, if you go to our homepage and ask that question, give them the name of your the email that you use to sign up, and they'll look at your account, and I think they can do the adjustment. Oh, okay. Well, you know what, guys? With the market, with what it's doing, I'm starting to see a lot of bounce plays. You know, even from the 10-day daily breakdown. I'm looking at the FXLV. You know, and it was wonderful all the way down, but it's been quite a bounce. I mean, it's been a dollar bounce. There you go, Joseph. That's why you practice. Somebody was just saying in our YouTube room, thank goodness for the simulator. Otherwise, I would have blown up my real account. Okay, guys, I'm getting no new alerts. Oh, I have a. All right, so Andy is going to be there in about 2 minutes, okay? In the YouTube room. He's going to start 5 minutes early, and he's going to. So he's going to be there from 11:55 to 12:55. He just made that. Gave me that little note. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put my announcement in now then. Okay, you're streaming now, Andy. Okay, so I'll just stop my stream. Have a good hour.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me, guys? All right. Hey, Michael, how are you? Hey, D. Calhoun. All right, guys. Looks like everything transferred. Hey, Ignacio, how you doing, buddy? Just fine. Good buddy yourself. Yeah, I kind of throw that term out quite a bit. All right, guys, welcome to the support session. This is Andy, and I'll be taking over this live stream for about an hour. This is where you guys can come in and ask questions about the software, any questions that you might have. We can also talk some stocks as well, so we can do all that fun stuff. Spies, boy, just can't die, won't die. Just impressive little candle there. But anyway, once again, if it's for first time in here, or you were in Barry's live stream and all of a sudden I stole it, this is our hour where we do a support webinar. So if you have any questions about the software, maybe you're having trouble doing a configuration in a window or something like that, just be sure to use the chat window and let me know, and we'll see if we can get through there, get through your problem or your question that you might have. Hey, Joe, how are you? All right. Is a Friday. Market is continuing higher. Seeing a few places of opportunity. BEKE. I don't know if you're asking about it or you're kind of calling it out. You're calling out a few of them, huh? Yeah, don't look bad. Let me tell you sometimes about these kind of days. A lot of times, if the stock doesn't like, after a kind of a big momentum candle like you see there, if the stock doesn't get going pretty early, a lot of times what you have is what we call like an inside doji day or an inside narrow range day, which is very possible what you might see here. Now, what I like about these patterns is a lot of times you can get a go, pause, go out of it. You have a big momentum move, and then you kind of have a inside day where the buyers and sellers kind of battle it out, and then the next day you get a continuation bar. As a matter of fact, one of the stocks I jumped in this morning was Diddy, because it had a nice little bar there, and even though this was kind of wild candle, you don't expect them to be that big. Look where it closed, pretty much right at the close yesterday. So really, you know, sure was a wide range of bar for something with a float of 4.28 billion, but nonetheless, I picked up some of this at 9:21, I believe, this morning after it 9 o'clock range break right there. Hopefully it wants to go test this level up here. That'd be nice. I'll take some off there if it does, but yeah, those go, pause, go can be a good setup. Okay, Pamela, good question. Let me show you something that that I liked. I kind of built this bull flag, and it'll show you a kind of what a consolidation looks like. Now on the 15 candle, see, there's a great example. You had a stock to move up, and it's kind of just going sideways in a little flag pattern. Now it doesn't look like much of a flag, you know, on a 15-minute chart. But if we took this out to a 5-minute chart, you will see that it is putting in a nice little flag pattern there. So you might ask, how did you do that? How did you make that consolidation period? We have a consolidation alert, but honestly, I like the way I did it better. And what I do is a combination of kind of range filters. So let me pull up the config here in this bull flag scanner to let you show you what I'm talking about here, because it's very helpful when you're trying to build certain patterns. Now, some patterns are just very difficult to build, like a cup and handle. There's too many data points where you need the bottom of the cup and then the circling down of the candle. We just can't do that at this point. Hopefully in the future, we're working with a new technology that you guys have access to, but it's called, I'll go to it in a minute, it's called Market Explorer. But we're just starting to put some new stuff in there. I've been kind of working with Michael, and Michael's been doing it mostly, but giving him some different patterns. But to get back to my range, okay, the key here is when you're trying to build these consolidation ranges, it's very easy to use just a range filter. And where's she at? Get my Epic pen going here. So EPS change from close, previous change in 10 days, 3. Oh, I got to go. No wonder I got to go down. I was wondering where it was. No, where the heck is it? Didn't make sure I clicked on the right box to look at the configuration here. No wonder. This is the daily setup. Okay, so the daily setup, I thought I was in an intraday setup. So this is a daily setup, same principle. You can kind of see it having a move up and then kind of flagging here in the example. I don't know if you were looking for an intraday, Pamela, or a daily. Which one were you looking at? So I'll pull up the right one. Are you looking for it consolidating on the daily time frame or the intraday? Intraday. Okay, let me pull up the intraday bull flag then. Bull flag intraday. There we go. That's the alert. alert's not as effective. All right, so take a look here. There's a good example of one right there. PPG, you had your move up, and now it is moving sideways and consolidating. And now you got your 10-period moving average coming up below it. So if we look at the configuration of this intraday, I'll be able to see the thing I was looking for just a minute ago. So the key to this thing is 30-minute range. Okay, so this 30-minute range, all that is doing is telling you if you want to maximize the movement of a stock over a time frame. Okay, this is what you want to do. You could use a 60-minute range. I wouldn't go below 30. I mean, 15 minutes, it's just not really enough time for a stock to be considered, consolidating. But 30 minute, I kind of like that. And you have a max here of 0.3. So what does that mean? Well, let's just click on our Show Me button so we can read it. Always use this little this spyglass here. The 30-minute range is no more than 0.3%. Okay, so that's a pretty tight range. And that range includes whether it moves up or moves down. So that right there, I know if I use that value in the max, that I am definitely, kind of constricting the movement of that stock over a 30-minute period. And once again, you could also do it for 60 minutes if you wanted to, but I think 30-minute kind of does the trick for an intraday pattern. Let's take a look and see some of the other ones in here. That one's definitely a good one right there. That one, we can call it, you popped up right here and it kind of ranged, consolidated, moved again, and now it's kind of consolidated again, So a very strong pattern there on the intraday. That one's a little bit messy. That one, even though it looks like it's kind of moving, it's almost a moving higher range with a lot of topping wicks, but still, we'll call that a kind of a bull flag there. That's a good one. ETN, that's the one we just looked at, I believe. There's another one. And you could even, you can go in here and go to the filter and also, even lower it to make them in a tighter range. But I would be careful doing that because what you're going to do, the best thing to do is just kind of scroll through and look at them, in my opinion. But that is the filter I like to use when I'm trying to create some sort of consolidation filter. Okay, just use that range. Once again, let me go into it, show you it again. It's just called 30-minute range. Okay, so pick the time frame that you want and just do a range, and then you can limit the movement. That works best for consolidation, I think. All right, let's take a look, see if I missed any more Voozy thoughts. I saw that other day going to highs. Yeah, it's trying a lot. Hard for me to get excited about I guess they could be getting into other components, but as far as I know, they're the television maker, right? But boy, I tell you what, if it does get above, this triple high right there, it could be interesting. Not bad at all. Stock that I'm in, that's kind of it's kind of a low float, but I'm in this NCTY. I've been in it for a couple of days. I don't know if it's going to go anywhere, but I like the way it's kind of been ranging over the last 6 weeks. And if it can get above 12, I think this thing can get really good. So, but I jumped in it at yesterday, I believe, yesterday at 1160. So we'll see what happens there. No real volume today, so I'm not expecting anything today. But one you might want to mark up and keep an eye on because it's one of those low float. It's one of those. It's a Bitcoin miner too. It's a China Bitcoin miner, so it's kind of been lagging. So I don't know if it gets to moving, could be interesting. Now, speaking of consolidations, that is a nice consolidation, even though it's been moving you know, $1.50, but it's still been nice consolidation over a 6 weeks period. Dangerous. Some though. I mean, you get this, you know, not real low float, but 14 million, and it is, you know, a China play. So you kind of, you know, I'm definitely not recommending it, but I'm a risk taker. All right, let me see. Looks like. Okay, Pamela, how would the settings change on the day for the consolidation? When you say on the day for the consolidation, are you talking about going to a daily chart versus an intraday? What I did, what I did for the daily one is I used a 5-day. Let me pull it back up. See, that ETN was also, it's on both the daily and the intraday, and I probably would find quite a few in there. These expensive stocks, they look a lot of times like they're not ranging, but they're, you know, if you get a $2 move in a $10 stock, it's just not very much. But actually, that's not a it's not a bad looking chart right there. But let me show you what I did for this one. That's a nice little pop, SQM, and ranging side, you know, tried to pop up out of that this morning. This is why I don't like to use it in alert form, and just like to kind of use it in a top list and kind of just scan through and look at look at the patterns. But let me get to your question real quick, and you'll see that I am using it. The key here is the 5-day. I got a max of 5%. Okay. Now, I had this running one time at 3%, so that's another good value to use if you want a little bit of a tighter range on a 5-day period. But what happens is I was getting such few results coming through that I kind of kicked it up to a 5%, and I can always go through and find the tighter ranges. Now, you might be asking, why am I using a 1 minimum? Well, what that does, it eliminates your buyouts, because what I was finding is I was seeing all these stocks that were getting bought out. Obviously, they gapped up and they're just flatlining and ranging, so they're going to come through. So what I did, I just want to make sure there's at least a 1% move during that 5-day period. So that would eliminate your buyout stocks, so you're not seeing these big gaps and just move sideways for days. And let me go ahead and I'll just go ahead and share those for somebody that may not have them, because they are very good as far as finding some nice little consolidation bull flags. So we'll do the daily one first. I'm just going to put, let's see, bull flag daily. And there's the intraday, so we'll share that as well. Diddy's kind of bull flag in there a little bit, but definitely have some topping tails there. All right, guys. Good questions, Pamela. Thank you. Anybody have any more questions? Just feel free to drop it in the chat and we'll get to it. Hey, Aja, how are you, buddy? Let me see. Aja, hey, Andy, do you have a RSI divergent scanner? I know we got one in the Market Explorer, but I can't edit it. Okay, let me... You know what? I don't. That's something I don't use it a lot, but I tell you what, if you'll send an email to info@trade-ideas.com, and what I'll do is I'll ask Michael. I mean, it may be tough to do. It may be something that we can only do with the Market Explorer because of the data points that we cannot go and compare, intraday candles. But you know what? I'm thinking about it in my head, and I think I could probably come up with something for you, even if Michael can't. But yeah, send that info in. Send that to info. Thank you, buddy. What is the TI strength score? Well, you may be thinking, are you talking about in the, we have TI strength, which is a product that we have. That, but are you talking about the composite rating score? The score right here that you see in stocks? Ignacio? So I'm not sure what you meant by... Michael may use the term and use, have a different... He probably has a different rating system in the TI strength if you're seeing that somewhere. Because when I created the composite rating score, I used about 15 technical metrics, and then I used about 5 fundamental metrics. Now, what Michael did for TI strength, he basically just kind of took out the fundamental metrics. Okay, his is all based on technicals. So I don't know. So he probably has a different. I don't know if he has a different scoring system that you're seeing somewhere for that. But if you are seeing something like that, please send that to info@trade. I mean, obviously he's not going to probably give away the magic formula, but at least he can kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at. But it's pretty much all technical versus the composite rating, which does comprise of some fundamental data. Okay. That means pull up a Market Explorer and take a look. Okay, TI strength. Let me pull up key here and let's see. Okay, so yeah, he's obviously using it's basically just a different score metric, kind of like I did on my composite rating, but he's not using any fundamental. See, you can see when I pull this up, the composite score on this is 83. Okay, but he has 100. So it's probably the fundamentals, and I can kind of probably tell you what the fundamentals are. Okay, where I would probably, or the composite rating would not rate it as high as Michael has it rated on technical metrics. And I'll give you a few kind of hints of what the composite rating does. It's probably this revenue growth filter doesn't get enough points for the growth. Good chance EPS probably not getting us quite as many points on the earnings per share. PE ratio is pretty decent. So that's good. Just trying to give you an idea of what we're looking at. Probably not getting a lot of metrics on the cash to debt ratio. And a lot of points, not a lot of metrics. Okay. So my score, this would not be very good in the composite rating. this cash to debt ratio. It's a lot of debt, but doesn't mean technicals first, fundamentals second. I don't let them get in the way of me trading a stock. That's for sure. Hope that helped you out, Ignacio. It's basically, I don't know. I know he's using technical metrics, so there's, but I don't know exactly what it is, and probably he's not going to tell you. See, this is interesting stuff, because these will be the candidates probably, since it's Friday and these are rated higher. These will be the candidates going into next week's TI strength product. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, the colors on, did I just close that? What did I do with that? Are you talking about the colors in this right here, Pamela? Oh, you're talking about the charts. On the charts. I'm not sure what you mean, light green versus dark green on the charts. I don't think I... Are you talking about this window, or are you talking about my charts? Because I don't have but one color of green on my charts. And really, I think this is all, my eyes may be playing tricks on me, but okay. I'll answer another question while you're doing that here. LEC, having difficult setting up the Bollinger Band crossing screener. You talking about the Bollinger Bands crossing what? Let's see. I know the technically a filter, rather, right? It's a filter. Combining both crossovers and consecutive candle counts, but still clearly missing notifications. Okay, Allie, I'm gonna ask you, because it's probably something I'm gonna have to be more, probably a little more detailed about what you're looking for. A lot of times, yeah, just send an email in and kind of explain in detail what you're looking for. Bollinger Bands, they're bands, so I'm not sure what you mean by crossing, unless you want one of the bands crossing a moving average or something like that. I think I remember I think it was you that was trying to help the price crossing the bands. Yeah, it's no problem, Allie. Just send that in. It's sometimes. There's my NCTY. Like to not see too much volume coming in. I'd like to see some volume now. But I meant candles, candles crossing the bands. Yeah. Send that in, Allie. I'll work on it and try to be, precise as you can. Like if you're talking about a 15-minute candle, a 5-minute candle, which which band in the Bollinger Bands, the lower band, middle band, which ones you want it crossing. Yeah, just be as specific as you can, and then I will. I'll try. I can get pretty creative, but some things we just can't build. But I'll definitely see what I can do. You're welcome. Okay, the A table. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about a top list. So let me just see if I got a copy of the A table. And why don't I have anything in this? Huh. It's weird. Well, let me just pull up one. Let me pull up a top list that I think that I have. Composite rating. Are you talking about, are you talking about columns? Okay, so if I sort this from change to close, are you talking about these different colors? Pamela? Okay. Yeah, it's just a color configuration. So if I right click on here, okay, and I go to properties and I go to select colors, okay, the change from the close is my primary filter as far as the whole window goes. Now I can come in here and go into each column and do the same thing, but as far as doing the coloring for this, basically you just do change from close, and this is a color scheme. Let's say this is the easiest way. You're going to have to pick some data points. Okay, this gets kind of complicated, so what I'm going to have you do is go to our YouTube page and go to TI University, because Jamie talks about 30 minutes on this in TI University, and it's let's see, I think it's 101. Hold on, let me go in here and I can give you just give you a link to it. Do I have the universities in here? Let's just find them. When you're looking, easiest way to go when you go to our main channel, if you want to find something, just go to the search page. All right, and you want to go to 401. So let me just drop this in here for you. I'll briefly show you, but you're probably going to forget. So I'm going to, this is the one you want to grab. But to give you a quick kind of overview, so let's say your sort is changed from the close. This is what you kind of want to mainly sort by, okay? And this is going to be your primary coloring for the whole window. Okay, so what you can do is click, and I'm going to go ahead and delete all these. Okay, you see how it turned white? Now if I went in here and I started adding data points. You want to add like 5 data points because this is the coloring that we want to use. You could add more if you wanted to, but then you got to get creative and add your own colors. It's very easy just to use this. So when you first do it, it's probably going to be blank like this. So what you want to do is just start putting data points in here. So we want to go from, let's go from, change from the close. Let's start at -10. Okay. And we'll go down to, I think I had it on like -3. And we'll put it on 0, which would be flat on the day. Uh-oh. Okay. And then we'll go +3. See how we're making these different data points? And then we'll go +10. Okay, now once you have it so set up like this, then you can just click on here and then click on any one you want to use. Ugh, that would make me nauseous. I think this is the one I was using. This is one of my favorite. If you want to go with kind of a 1970s look and maybe some nice little browns and yellows. This is pretty good. I mean, this is good for a column. I like this one for a column, but not for a main window. So then, once you do that, choose your, color scheme. Then you just click OK, and it's all set up for you. Now you can also go in here and do the same thing for your columns. So in other words, your color for the whole window will remain the same, but you could come in here and say, well, I want to highlight my score as well. So you come in here and you can go to color for composite rating, do colors there, and basically it's the same thing. So now you're doing it for composite rating, and we'll just make some data points here. We'll call it 90. 80, 70. That third one wants to delay on me a little bit. 60 and 50. And now we got 5 data points. Let's choose this one right here. So we color-coded these data points inside this column. Okay, then all you got to do is click OK. And now you got your columns. Well, since this composite rating has all stocks above 90, everything's going to be the same. So sorry about that. If it was different, you had, in other words, a different top list, it would make these color-coded for you. So I hope that helped you, Pamela. Once again, if you'll probably need a refresher, so just look at that video. I know Jamie goes over it. Okay, good. I'm glad it makes sense to you. See how my Diddy's doing here. Still flagging there. I still think it may have a date. Well, I don't know if it'll get there today, but if it can hold, the top of these two highs right here, I think this could very well test this 983 level. Sorry guys, just doing something in my portfolio real quick. All right, Man, some good questions today. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Nope, looks like we're all caught up. Take a look at the market real quick. And getting a little toppy as we get over here to this level. A little bit of congestion here in the market. It is a Friday and kind of running into a little bit of a pivot line there. Nothing major, but where it seems to be getting a little bit tired up here on a Friday, which doesn't surprise me. Sieging from the, let's see, well, it's definitely looks like it's trying to bounce here, and you can see the 10-period moving average, okay, finally trying to poke its head above it. So we'll have to see what happens there. I think if it does, can get above this 10-period moving average, can really easily pop back to the entry price. So we'll see. Yeah. Other than that, yeah, if it doesn't and it falls back below it, there's not a lot of support here on the daily. So I guess we can look back over here. Yeah, you kind of got some support way back over here, but it's kind of broken through that. So yeah, not a lot to hold on here, but hey, it's trying to get above that 10-period moving average. So we'll see what happens. That's really because it really broke this level over here earlier, but Holly was probably looking at these areas of support and did not hold and broke through, but let's see if it could be like maybe a shakeout below that and then bounce. Looks like it did have earnings this morning in pre-market, so we'll see what happens. All right, guys, I will be leaving. I started early today, 5 minutes, because I need to go pick up my daughter from school at noon, or noon my time. So I'll be leaving probably about 5 minutes earlier. Take a look at some of the ones coming through Extreme Master Blaster. It's been a nice move over the last 4 or 5 days. And one of my favorite, where I saw NCTY, and one of the reasons I got in it was off this, but it's kind of still in no man's land. Maybe Monday. Boy, that one's, I don't know about that one. It's been in a death march for a few months there. All right, guys. I got about 15 more minutes, so if anybody has any questions. I was DWAC. I saw that. I'm so mad at myself this morning because I've been trading this thing pretty good just by, it's one you can kind of watch and set your alerts on. But I should have been watching this morning because look at this 20-day moving average coming. It's been flatlining, and that was kind of a springboard this morning. And you can see I had alert at 60, but by the time I saw it, I didn't want to chase it. I probably would have got it at like 62 and a half or something like that. But it's definitely one I wished I would have been watching. But that was a pretty quick move, and you can see right now it's breaking down below its fast line and retracing. The moves hadn't lasted long in this thing ever since this first couple of days of the moves there. Just you got to be quick to get out. But boy, I can see now when I start what I do a lot of times is I watch these alerts, and when they get dead, boy, just kind of, especially on a Friday, just back away. Most of the moves have been done. Nice little flag pattern right here in this one over on the daily time frame. Maybe you want to watch. Set alert if it gets back above that high right here, I think might want to have a move. A lot of times when it gets slow, guys, instead of maybe well, the jury's still out on the fruitful trade this week. I'm trying to think. I haven't done as much trading this week. I'm trying to remember, see if I'm hoping this NCTY. A lot of times will be a fruitful trade, because a lot of times if you can get in something, this is why I like to anticipate sometimes. Now, it's definitely a spec play. It's still in no man's land. See all my alerts that I stuck in here, but it's one of those ones that, it has a low float, and if it can move, you're going to get a really nice move, especially if it breaks out of a kind of a range like this. So a lot of times what I'll do is I will, buy a bit and then prepare myself, and then that way when it does break out, I'll add to my position. I actually had, really, really nice kind of October was really great. Now, October, I benefited, and this is kind of rare, but I benefited in this because I started buying it back over here in the low eights, and luckily I was positioned when it had this gap up and really good move. So, and then I think I sold my last around 30, but have some alerts set for if it ever backs up, maybe look to get in it again. So October was, and I've had some other good moves, was a really good month for it. But honestly, I think this past week, I gave some back. Neo kind of failed me. I'm back in it again because I like the kind of the way it's setting up. But I bought it yesterday at right here, I believe, when it broke that through highs. So a little bit, but I haven't been doing a whole lot. So yeah, as far as this week, not probably my two best trades were the ones I did today was Diddy and in NCTY. So the juries will still be out on those two, but I don't have the benefit to day trade like I used to. So most of my trading, I'm looking for, kind of longer term moves, at least a good pop to where I can get a good, 3 to 5 day move. And usually I sell majority of it, and then I'm maybe hold a little depending. But yeah, I don't, I will day trade some, but not as much as I used to. Can you demonstrate? Can we? No, you cannot do fib retracements on the charts. Yeah, sorry about that. You can't. That's something we can maybe put in a feature request, and it's always better when it comes from you guys. So if you want to send a feature request to info@trade-ideas, we'll definitely submit it. Yeah, I don't know if they're interactive enough to where you can start drawing. It'll do that, but it won't hurt to ask. That's for sure. Speaking of fibs, though, I tell you what, the best way to do that, and I'll share this with you guys. It's pretty cool. Speaking of position and range filters, which I use a lot of it. Okay, so this is my fib retracement for my daily, okay, chart pattern. Okay, and I have a 50% retracement, I have a 38.2, and a 61.8 retracement. And you're thinking, guys, man, I haven't seen anything on Fibonacci's in my filters. How are you doing that? Well, it's not that hard. This is a multi-strategy window. And if I go over to a multi-strategy, let's do the 50%. So for simplicity, and we'll go to configure. It's very simple. I'm looking for stocks hitting a new low, and they're coming back to their 50% retracement. And the way I did that, Very simple filter. Right here is position in year range. I got 49.7% for a min and 50.3. So what is that doing? It's bracketing the position in year range. Now, obviously, I had to use a range. I guess you could come in and use a 6-month range. I always like using a year range, you know, year low and the year high. So it's taken this range and it's finding the 50% retracement. Okay, and I did the same type of bracketing for the 30, 38, and the 60, 62. Is it? And so let's take a look at some of these. It's pretty cool, pretty accurate. And remember this, guys, you can use these position and range filters to bracket like this, and you can really, like, let's say you want a 25% retracement on a stock that's up 5% on the day. Well, all you got to do is put a position and range filter and use a little bracket like this, and you will catch all the stocks that are up big on the day, but they're pulling back to a 25% retracement or a 30, whatever you want to find. So it's really a creative way to find stocks that are strong stocks that are pulling back. So let's take a look at this ETR.
Wow.
And if you look at it on the daily, and the year high and low, that looks pretty accurate to me as far as a 50% retracement. That would be right. Pretty much. Let's take a 31, this percent retracement. Oh, I should say it's coming down to the 38.2 retracement line. So there's your low, I think. Ooh, this is kind of a new issue. It just came out last year. There's your high. So let's do a 61.8, and there you have it. And it looks like it's trying to bounce at there was your low right there. It came down to it and boop, had a nice little bounce to it. What did CRTX get going? Oh, you're talking about what happened to it on the daily chart or something? Obviously, some sort of bad ruling, I would think. Yeah, that's pretty ugly. That's the thing. That's why I don't hold biotechs, man. I really don't. You know, unless they've been around for a while and they got a lot of stuff in the pipeline, maybe that's one, you know, a different. But boy, some of these spec plays, if they lose their main drug, they can definitely get whacked. Speaking of getting whacked, the spies are pulling back here a little bit. No, I shouldn't say getting whacked, but okay, good. Yeah, I'll share this with you. It's a nice little window. Daily fib retracement. You know what? You can do this for an intraday too, but man, fib lines for me, they work more on a daily pattern. The intraday they just don't work as well. But you can use it like I was telling you, stocks that are pulling back. All right. Fib. This is good for people who swing trade and may be looking for a good opportunity, you know, stock that they've wanted to own for a while. May see it in there and, oh, wow, it's pulling back to a nice fib retracement area. Okay, there you go, Pamela. All right, Barry's being kind because he knows I have to go pick up my daughter and telling me that I can leave now. So I'm going to go ahead and head out, guys. And I thank you so much for all your great questions. You're welcome, Pamela. No problem. And I'm going to let Barry know that he can take over. And you guys have a great weekend. You too, Aja. Take care, buddy. Make sure he's in here before I sign off so we don't lose the handoff here. All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right, Iova. Again, I just don't know if I should take it. I'm a little bit bitten right now about these IOVA. I mean, it's doing now what I wanted it to do, but it did also do that. So I'm going to watch the way it trades just a little bit. It's underneath 20 again. All right, you're making me look. I don't think this is, well, let's see if it is shortable for me. And the answer is yes, it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, lots of shares, 11 million. Boy, that XPOF, what a great day it's having. I almost took some on spec, but I did not. All right, Iova, I am watching you now again. Iova, IOVA, watching you now again. Underneath 20. It's been, what was the low right there? 8, 9. I guess if it gets down to that low, that will get me interested again. 1983, I think. So I'm just going to set an alert, price alert. If it happens, great. If not, I'll just move on. Aja, hello. Thank you for letting me know that you guys can hear me. Refresh my memory. So the float is not super low or anything. It's 135 million. I'm surprised how choppy it's been with that big of a float, but I'm talking about the IOVA. Great relative volume, 7 million. Did not have good results, at least the market perception of their clinical data. The market perception, anyway, is that it wasn't good. Yeah, this one has been on a roll. I've seen it over and over and over again in my momentum scanner. Had a big down day yesterday. It was an earnings play yesterday, and just trying to rebound a little bit. That's all you can say. In fact, interesting. Look at the volume. You would have thought that that volume, I mean, it's the biggest volume bar in a long time. Compared to yesterday, it's bigger. Usually, it's pretty interesting. I mean, the volume bar is bigger than yesterday, and yesterday had the big sell-off. All right, well, guys, your GGPI just showed up in the option scanner. Now it is a SPAC. I have a little bit of a negative bias on the SPACs, but let's just see. Here's a red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart, right there. Here's the uptrend. There's that red bar, red 2-minute, red candle, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle's green, so the trigger would have been around 12:05. Well, this is all they're going to rip from here, or it ain't. Let's just see what happens. I would not let it get down below 12. So the alert was at 12:11. Not the time, but the price. The alert in the option scanner was at 12:11. So it's basically, it's kind of right there. Nah. I say I don't trust these SPACs, but let's, what I'm going to do is just reset an alert up in this area, 12:18, and see if it takes it out again with a whole bunch of volume. The Iova is continuing to tease me. Well, that was a heck of a short if you took it. The GGPI, about a 40-cent drop. Well, you know what, guys? I mean, this had a after hours yesterday when XPOF released, it got all the way up to 25.50 or so. I'm gonna watch to see how well this holds 24. I mean, this could be one of those. I mean, it's an all-time high, of course. Very low float, 9.6 million in the float. That's a very low float for a $24 stock. So that's why you can get intense whippiness. Yeah, MRAM is approaching 10, isn't it? Well, this has done nothing since the alert. The alert was from my option scanner was 676, I think. Yeah, 676. It's done absolutely nothing. It had a little pop, and now it's just basing. And you can see kind of why it stopped there. Look at the daily chart. You can see all this area over here that kind of blocked it from going any higher for a while anyway. Okay, I see you guys talking about, what stock are you guys talking about? NTCO? Okay, let's take a look at NTCO. All right, this is the one that would have shown up. It will show up, well, if it makes a new low, it will show up. So when I upped the relative volume from 6 to 8, and when it was doing this, it wasn't at 8. It's at 8 now. Man, I wish if that spread would tighten up a bit. This is a very interesting looking potential trade here, guys. XPOF, especially with that post-market volume way up here, or not post-market volume, post-market high. It's been super strong all day. Yeah, it's been super strong all day. You know, even with that float, that very low float, I mean, it's had some gyrations, but not horrible. So if this gains any traction over 24 again, I think this could have still some room. I mean, it's nothing blocking it, obviously. It's an all-time high. I think it's the first time they released earnings. So basically a double in a month and a half from these lows here, this month and then this month. Yeah, there's your fantasy area right down here around 11:20, 11:30 for GGPI. Well, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts. Okay, meanwhile, let's see what the market is doing. So after we had 1, 2, 3, 4, sort of 5, 6, 7, almost 2 hours straight up, then we had a base, and now we're 45 minutes down. So the market's the market has been choppy. Sometimes it's hard, these sort of markets. Well, here lots of bounce places would have worked great, more than likely. You had a steady trend all the way up for about 2 hours. Yeah, don't really like this one from the AI, from the option scanner, TLMD. It's too close to 3. Right there, 280, sorry, 322, 322. I mean, listen, if it gets through 3 and it got through 322 from here, that'd be great, but I just have my doubts. Volume coming in, though. There is volume coming in. Look at the 15-minute chart. Volume is definitely coming in, and it says 5 minutes for that volume bar to close still, or 4 minutes now. Again, guys, the IOVA is teasing me. IOVA is still kind of teasing me. It wants me to take it as a short. Well, my alerts have dried up. Nothing. I'm looking at MRAM. MRAM, yeah, it spiked up and then down. Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. It looked like it was going to try to take out 10. If I were interested in MRAM, this is what I'd be doing. I'd be putting an alert probably around 1018. Why? Right here. You could just sort of see right there, that top right there. It almost got there. You're making me... Yeah, I mean, that's why you've really got to wait and wait. And I mean, that's what I do, guys. I mean, I just wait for, I usually put a price alert somewhere. So I was just going to explain, putting a price alert maybe up here. Well, certainly over 10, but 1016. And then if it happens, great. If it doesn't, you just move on. The other thing, yeah, Denver, I mean, the other thing is using our price alerts. I mean, just like I sort of said, okay? I mean, if you put a price, you just put a price alert. SFT, I think, just took another header down, SFT. So you put a price alert or where you think, excuse me, maybe an area that if it took it out, you'd like to maybe really be notified of that. So if it does do it, but on volume, you always hear me say. So for instance, the MRAM, and listen, is it an exact science? Of course not. But let's say this had held up here and it didn't have this big 50-cent pullback. This had held and it sort of based a little bit here, and then all of a sudden it popped through that 10-20 area that I got a price alert on volume. Then that will really get me interested in taking the trade, as an example. So using price alerts, you can bracket them. You can put a price alert on the top, price alert on the bottom, depending, and see which way it breaks. So you don't have to keep staring at a chart all day long. Here's another cheap one that showed up on my option scanner. Yeah, why wouldn't I take it? Hands up. Why would I not take this trade right now? UXIN. Well, it's funny you say that, Dak, because I've actually got a price alert set up here. Just over 5 for the WNW. Cancel my trip. No, I like it. I like it. I like it above this area right there. What did it get up to? It got up to 570 something. It's a low float, but I need volume. And look what didn't happen, so it's harder to move. No volume. No volume yet, anyway. I want to see like here. I would have to see a volume bar probably at least this big. Okay, at least this big. So it's not the absolute volume, but it's in relation to the previous volume bars that you can see. So if all of a sudden you get volume that eclipses this one, yeah. Just think of what it means. It just means, I'm not, of course, talking to you specifically, Dak. What it means is that there's some enthusiasm again. Nothing worse than, trying to anticipate getting into a trade when there's no volume, and at worst, it does nothing. At best, it does nothing. At best, it does nothing and you just get out. At worst, it just drops on you. Yeah, and I'm just going to echo. I mean, if you're getting new to this, I mean, I rarely. I mean, I don't even want to call it a rule, but I've taken some earlier trades on these shorts. If I get it in the 10-day daily breakdown, but I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. And things can run and run and run, and I just say, oh well. But I've just seen too many times where stocks will go up and down, up and down, up and down. You just get whipped in and out of positions. So I like to wait about 15 minutes anyway. And it's not that after 15 everything is settled down, but I guarantee you it's more settled down than in the first minute. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just eyeballing this WNW. We had a little bit of volume, but I don't know if it's enough. It's such a low float, though. It won't take much. I mean, this could get really interesting. Was there any news on this? Anybody see any specific news for this? I don't see any. Yeah, we need one motoring one to end the week on. Well, guys, the longer this holds over 5, it's going to give maybe people confidence that it'll hold that 5. I am not in this yet. No, Steve is not present in the room. No, he's only in on Wednesdays, David. Boy, cat and mouse right here, guys, at 5 for the WNW. $6.75 in the float, so it's traded 14.9. It is traded the float a little over about 2.2 times the float. What was the high here? The high was up at 570. I mean, that's all traders are looking at. They're just looking at this high that it hit before and wondering could it get close. Oh, well, you can always send an email. I mean, I don't know what he would say, but you can always send him an email. Come on, WNW, kaboom it. come on, I want this to get into the 520s. Hmm. Didn't get into the 520s. That was why I wanted it to get into about 523, 522, 522, 23 on the bid ask. That was going to get me into this trade. It just didn't happen. Not yet anyway. I'm talking about the WNW. Not for everybody. I know, Dak, you probably are out of it now. Yeah, I was a little premature. I really thought it just that it went so quickly and then it pulled right back down. All right, reset my price alert at around right at this 522 area, and see if it takes it out later on. No, just forget about it for now. Thing is, there's volume too, though. I mean, look at the volume that came in. This is the second biggest volume bar of the day now, on the 15-minute chart. So again, just because volume comes in doesn't absolutely mean that it'll rip. But and we've got all these topping tails now. Unfortunately, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting no new alerts. Well, I wish I have had the chance to exit JAMF at any time. This is one I did not take, unfortunately. All right, guys, am I being tempted again? I'm talking about the WNW. Sorry, guys, I'm just watching the time and sales on WNW. Seeing how rapidly it's trading, and it's trading very rapidly. This is what I'm talking about right here. That is from Interactive Brokers. Sorry guys, I'm just obviously having a concert. I mean, this could explode at any moment, so I just really want to watch this WNW. Just watching how it's trading. And as Real said before, if I do get into this trade, I will manage my exits, or okay, as opposed to I suppose using the term trade. Okay. Give me one more pop. There we go. Okay, that's what I'm talking about, guys. Managing. Because I can't rely on the fact this is just going to really challenge this up here. And of course, it all depends on how many shares you take. And we don't talk about how many shares we take, etc. But if I get one more huge pop, I'll be really. That'll put a frosting on the cake. Give me one more pop. So just so you know, I mean, I got in that one about 522. I sold some out at 537. That was very quick. Okay, so if it goes back down to 522, so be it. At least I know I've made some money on it. But I'm just holding on just in case it has, does the crazy. It's 4 cents, 3 cents. I think I got in. It's because it's trading so rapidly now. I mean, it wasn't 1 cent, no, but right now, half a second ago was a penny. What we're talking about right here. Okay, so I mean, it's not certainly not terrible. Not enough to not. It wasn't wide enough to prevent me from taking the trade. Boom! All right, guys, I don't have very much left. I'm just going to hold on just in case. Again, it tries to challenge that 570 area. And 550 is a tough one right now. That 50 cents for, well, I usually say 50 cent. The 50 cent level for stocks 5 and under can be almost as psychological as the dollar. Trying to break a whole number so It just, I mean, it just inched its way above it. I'm sorry, it inched up to 547, and 550 seems to be stalling it right now. Almost getting out of the last little bit I've got. Almost. Certainly 522 will get me out. Well, I'd be a little more confident if it hadn't done this, breaking down underneath 5, back down to 587 or 487. Though I admit it's trying to base not too badly in the mid 530s. And look at the volume, guys. So there's that. How much time left? Oh, we got a lot of time left on this one also. So there's the 15-minute candle. There's the previous one, second biggest of the day. And this one, it's only 136. So there's another 8 minutes for this one. So this could easily challenge this. And who knows? Maybe it'll challenge this. Just keep the buying enthusiasm. Inch by inch. All right, let's take a look at skills. SKLZ. As I'm watching WNW. Ugh, what an ugly chart. All right, guys. Just keep clear of that 550 and look out. I mean, there's the high way up here, 570. And there is no, let's see, the next area of potential resistance. 580. I mean, okay, the high, obviously the intraday high, 572 or so. And when you look left on the weekly chart, I think we see a high of 5. What's that one right there? 637. 558. So we're above that high. Now it's just the intraday high. Take that out. Hey, No, absolutely not real. I'm not having fun at your expense. That's probably a much better way to phrase it. Manage your exits as opposed to trade. You have to trade it. Oh, what a great way to end the week. WNW, guys. Oh, you were kidding. Okay. Yeah, I was kidding also. We're all a bunch of kidders here. Yeah, no shorts for me. WNW, no shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I, of course, obviously I wouldn't be shorting right now, but I mean, there's the challenge right there. That intraday high. Actually, it's 568. That's the intraday high, and we're all. I mean, it just almost did it. It did do it. There it is. Okay, so it's definitely above the intraday high. So now this is a new high for the day. Woohoo! That woke me up. And look at the volume. Look at the volume. I mean, this is the biggest volume bar now of the day. Look at it, guys. Look at it. Print this. I mean, that's what got it rolling right back here. It was doing nothing, okay? This was doing absolutely nothing until all of a sudden there was a little bit of a volume burst that got that going, and then all of a sudden, boom. But look at the volume increasing. Well, this definitely gave me way more than I thought it would. What's the time? 1:42. So this still has about 2.5 minutes to before this volume bar closes. And there we go. Wow. Well, Dak, you're gonna have. I think Dak said he put me on mute, but there's a kaboom. Yeah, the 200 days getting closer. Well, we have 765, so that's close enough. 200 days getting closer, but I mean, what a great trade, guys, to end the week if you took this one. Now, manage your trade. Okay? You can't expect this to just keep going higher and higher. Yes, you got to halt. Absolutely, right here. Halts resumes. I'm sharing it, Arbo. Just go to my home page. Click on my home page. There's a tab there. Click on my home page link. And then go to the scan section, and it's called Halts Resumes. Okay? Now, even the GGPI came all the way back. Well, it's here. You have to do a little bit of work on your own, Arbol. Okay? Can you find my homepage tab? I mean, I'll give you the link, but into my homepage. But you just have to go to my homepage and go to the scan section. Okay? So click on my link, and once you're there, go to the scan section right here. Click here, and there it is. Halts resumes. Okay, I mean, all my scans are here. Well, no, I can't, Sam. I can't. I'm more of a field trader. Okay, I mean, I can't say that it gets it like a stock like WNW that can be very whippy because of the float and all that. I'm sort of gauging what I'm seeing, and if something pops up pretty quickly, I will take some profit almost immediately. Just so I can relax. If it goes back down, I can hold. But I can't really tell you, okay, I'm gonna, at 30 cents I'm taking a third, at 60 cents I'm taking another third, and finally out the last third. And I just, it's more of a feel play for me. Most of especially these ones. Especially these ones. I mean, some of the shorts I've taken this week have been just steadily down. I haven't had to take anything out until almost the end. But something like this, you have to expect severe whippage. And so you cannot just relax and say, oh, well, I guess it'll just keep going higher. So I can't, there's no hard and fast rule for me. And it really depends too. I mean, I said I got in at 522. I sold some at 537. Now, I'm not telling how many shares I had or anything like that. Is that a huge profit on it? No. But, later on, up here, selling some more up here, that's another 40 cents. And then I'm out of the trade now. The minute it got over 6, I said, okay, can it hold 6? The minute it got close to 6, I exited. That's it. Now, it can still fire away later on, but I'm very happy with, getting an average probably from 522. My average exit is probably about 565. So to be able to make, 40 cents in a very short period of time with the shares I had, very happy. But I could never say, you guys were talking about somebody who got fined or is somebody from T3 or T. I have to be very careful. I cannot talk about, okay, guys, you should take this trade right here, and then sell some here, and then sell some here. There's no way I'm doing that. I know I didn't really help you, Sam. I know I really didn't help you, but real is way more of a, I would call, and I don't know if he was in this one, probably wasn't in this one, but in a more traditional type trade, he's got more set rules. The 5 EMA, if the stock, or the 15, depends on the time frame he's looking at. The 8 EMA, sorry, on a 5 or a 15-minute chart. If it's above it, he'll stay in it. If it starts to get close to it, maybe he takes some off. Maybe he's out of everything underneath it. He definitely is more rule based than I am, but he's not usually in these wild and woolly ones either. I mean, I have no idea. I don't know if he took it, but it doesn't really matter. You have 10 free ones, perfect circle. Okay, after that, it should block you. If it doesn't, then don't say anything. I won't squeal on you. Yeah, and understand again, these sort of trades here are highly risky. Not for, I wouldn't call, certainly I don't think, we talk about them because, I mean, look, we've got a lot of people in the room and they are exciting. I'm certainly not trying to tell people who are brand new to trading to try these sort of trades, but, I've got to talk about them. But then we get into, I just can't remember one from yesterday and the day before, shorts that just were just straight down, easy, no severe whippage up and down, easy to keep in the trade. There's no reason to exit. I mean, those are the better trades. I mean, you give me those trades all day long as opposed, listen, the WNW, lots of fun. Definitely an adrenaline boost, but it's certainly not for everybody. Okay, Arbil, can you not see this link? I'm going to put it in right underneath. You just said, okay. So Arbil, can you not see my homepage link right there? Just let me know. Okay. Click on it. When you click on it, this is what you'll see when you click on it. Okay. Go to the scan section right here. Here are all the scans I'm sharing. Click here as it says, and then scroll down a little bit, and there's the link for the halts resumes. Okay? Okay, great. And then all my scans are there. Of course, you might see you might see some others that you like, but you can save the link. Save the link, and then you can take a look at all those scans anytime you want. Yeah, volume. I mean, I'm not a big indicator guy, but boy, volume is such a. Just think about it. If you try to get into something with no volume, you why. Like you could just be left holding the bag. You get in, you want to be first to the party, then you're going to say, well, where's everybody? Well, they're down the road at Real's house. So I mean, you've got to have volume. Sure, why not, Real? Okay, guys, MRAM now, but it has been a whippy thing. But anyway, MRAM, it is at 10 again. I don't see extraordinary volume coming in. I mean, it's over 10. Yes, I get it. The high of the day is 1048. It's an earnings play, so there is still some enthusiasm. But I mean, look at the volume: 68 million, 15 in the float. Depends what you mean by scanning for volume. Depends what you mean. I mean, we've got some momentum. If, for instance, if I go here, if I click on the dock channel bar and I click on the momentum channel, and then I click on the momentum, this momentum scan right here. So, for instance, this will show you volume bursts as an example. So we have a filter, volume in 1 minute, volume in 5 minutes. So if you put 1,000, this is showing you, and I'm not sure exactly how far back it goes, but it's basically saying, hey, it's got to be 1,000. It's got to be 1,000% of the average of, and I don't know how far back it goes. Okay, but usually when you see this, and then here's 400%, that'll show you on the chart a nice big volume burst. Okay, well then that's it. If you're using that already, I mean, that should be showing you some volume bursts. Okay, yeah, well then, again, that they and also relative volume is so important. I mean, look at the relative volume for MRAM. 997 times normal, okay? You can just see. Look at the daily chart. Now again, it's kind of exponential, but I mean, look at the volume and then look at all the previous days, hardly anything. I mean, the previous months, hardly anything. All of a sudden, volume explodes. Why? Well, it had earnings and evidently the market loves it. I mean, it's extraordinary. I mean, the relative volume is extraordinary for this one. I mean, look at the option volume, 20,000. I mean, that's it's a decent number, 20,000 contracts. Look at the percent. Okay, K. Remember, that's a K there. So that's like 160 times normal. But again, for me to really wanted to get, if I wanted to get truly interested in this, I want to see more volume. I want to see, what time is it right now? Well, see, this is going to close in about 30 seconds. So I mean, yeah, there's a volume bump in the 15, but imagine if it was like that. Okay, I almost guarantee it would have exploded through 10. You know what's sneaking up here, guys, is XAir. Now it's another whippy one. Why? Look at the float, 19 million in the float. It had earnings, okay, but it is sneaking its way up. And this came from the option scanner also. Okay, MRAM is moving. It's still, I mean, I'm not saying things absolutely have volume. I mean, it's good volume. Don't get me wrong. It's 134,000 shares, 200,000 shares. I'm just wanting it to be outstanding compared to the previous volume bars. Really, really stand out. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, we're getting into the last hour of the week. Hitty up to something. Okay, let's take a look at HITI. High tide. Okay. Now, is that what I think it is? Yep. Okay, high tide. Well, the cannabis plays have been active today. There's no question. And I know there was some news about Virginia that I think may have. Whoops, what happened here? It's ugly. I don't like that. Don't want it. Don't want it. Okay. There's a limit of 100 custom formulas and a limit on how many, probably not, but how many do you need? But probably, I don't think there's probably a limit on the number of symbol lists. Not that I've ever seen. There's definitely a limit. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Definitely a limit on the number of custom formulas you can have, and that would be 100. Botch this up. Let me just see if I can. XR, guys, is just inching its way up. So if you look, the original alert was at 1330. I was out of it. This is when I was explaining how I did something I don't often do. I took it actually on the pullback and rode it to here, got rid of it, but it is starting to work again. XR. Okay, I'm going to do something here. I'm just going to I made a mistake. uh, Gosh, that is. Give me a moment here, guys. I made a mistake here. Just have to load my single stock window. There we go. Okay, wow, look at that WNW now. Okay, guys, well, things have really slowed down for me now, so good time to ask me questions, see if you have any. I'm going to wrap this up, maybe even a little earlier today, maybe about 2:45. And that promo code is still valid. I don't know how long it'll be valid for the 20% off, so I'll pop that in right now. Okay, so I just popped that in again. So if you go to my home page, obviously this is a better one. Thanks Vets 20 for 20% off, as opposed to what you see here, 15% off. Okay. Boy, XAir, I did not get back in it. Too bad. That is, I think it's an all-time high, right? Oops, no, this is the all-time high. XPOF. I'm sorry, XAir. No, XAir is an all-time high. Yeah, XAir is an all-time high. Earnings play. Big, big move. Look at this daily candle wiping all this out. But look at the float. All right, how did Tilray end up doing? Did it take out 13? Yeah, see, I just find these are just, I mean, this is probably that late breaking news, Zach. Is that because I noticed that hi-fi or whatever it was, a high TI. So let's take a look at MJ. Yeah, so the cannabis ETF. I don't know, maybe now it'll finally start to come off the bottom here. I mean, this has just been a miserable sector to be in. Somebody mentioned this one earlier, a real cheap one. I just noticed wow, it just showed up in my option scanner. Obviously the option, well, okay, the option volume. I think that was the reason why it wasn't there before. All right, excuse me, XPOF. I think it's starting to bounce a little bit here. I think it's just, is that the high now? The high right here is 24.28, so it's, well, speak of the, you know what? No idea. Sorry, Perfect. I have no idea. You know what? I mean, this is something that intrigues me about even maybe potentially, depending how it closes, swinging this thing, XPOF. I mean, it's its first earnings release, I should say, and obviously it's done great, or did well. We better stay in the room. I'll start to sing. That woke Becca up. I knew it would. The day I leave the room is the day I'll sing. How's that? For good. Semantics, you're right. For good. All right, Zach was mentioning Y10 earlier, and what do they do? I know what they do. I think I know what they do. No, I don't know what they do. That had something to do with cannabis, but no, this is just that's right, the yield increase. There's another stock that used to trade, Seed, that's right, Seed and Y10 used to trade together. Well, Y10's on its own today. Ooh, okay, guys. 2:19. I really think I'm going to be shutting down in about half an hour. Well, Becca, memories last forever. So you'll have that. It will happen someday. You guys are funny. So all really I'm doing, I'm just staring at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything is exciting happening. The answer is no. So Zach is saying on the 60-minute chart there are 0 red candles. So this is what he's talking about. Look at that, straight up. Yeah, I don't really think I've seen this one before. It's another Canadian cannabis player. I don't really think I've seen this one before. I mean, it looks like this is not, I almost guarantee it's not an IPO. I don't know what to make of it. If this is where it started listing, probably lists on Toronto also. And maybe it has dual listing. Maybe this is when it started to trade. Maybe it was a SPAC. I really don't know. I know it was on an IPO. You want to get rid of whippy charts? Put it on a 60-minute. But even then, I mean, look at the topping tails here. I mean, even these guys have got some pretty big topping tails. Just out of curiosity, a perfect circle. What stock was that you had you got the block trade alert? Not a real cheap one. Surprised there'd be anything like that. No, I have no idea. Yeah, no answer for that. Sorry, perfect circle. No, I have no answer for that. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. That's what I would do. That little icon right there, just shrug your shoulders and move on. Don't try to, no point in trying to analyze it to death. I mean, there's got to be some reason, but I would just move on. All right, so I'm going to put this in here, closing the room at 2:45. Unless there are questions, I'll always stay later if there are some questions, but and as always, I mean, if you can't stand the idea of not being in a trading room, you can always rejoin the YouTube room at 3:30. Chris will be there from 3:30 to 4:30. If you truly have no life, and that's what you want to do, but seriously, but Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. Okay. I mean that would be something really drastic will have happened then, Becca. If that happens, I suppose you could open the room, but I would wait. I mean, sometimes I open it at like 10 seconds after 9 o'clock. Um, Typically, well, if I couldn't open the room for some reason, that it's not a catastrophic reason, I will have let somebody at Trade Ideas know also. I mean, in 5 years or 6 years, that's never happened, but um, yeah, I don't use the VWAP. Neil, I'm aware of where the VWAP is. Okay, I'm aware of it, but it's not like I'm a big VWAP player. So, I mean, I suppose I could use I could use the VWAP kind of like the 200-day moving average. I'm aware of where it is, so that if I were in a stock and it was approaching the VWAP, I'd be wary of it. I'd know that it's there, and so I'd be wondering, can it take the VWAP out? Not unlike the 200-day moving average, but I don't pay a huge amount of attention to it. I'm aware of it, but I don't base really trades off it. But I guess if I were, I would just use it like the 200-day. Be aware where it is. So if a stock is coming down towards it, will it bounce off it? Not unlike the 200-day. Or if it's approaching it from below, can it get through, or will it bounce down off it? I mean, we have VWAP filters, of course, that you can use crossing the VWAP. That's an alert that we have, crossing the VWAP up or down. You can construct filters to show you stocks that are near the VWAP, either on the upside or the downside, or both. But I'm not a massive user of. I don't use it. I don't think in any one of my formulas or my scans. You do know the scan. You know the alerts and the filters that we have for VWAP, Neil. Yeah, I mean, since October of 2015, that has never happened. So I guess, and of course, working at a home, so it's not a matter of getting stuck in traffic or anything like that. So I've never overslept. All these things. So Neil, I don't know if that helped or I mean, it's just yeah, I'm just not. I don't construct any one of my scans around the VWAP. That's not to say people shouldn't. It's just what I do. The only problem with this one is the spread, but you know what? I mean, I'm telling you, this this XPOF. Anything with green. Let's see. Green lane, okay. No. Unless they change their entire. Okay. See, this is the problem sometimes what we have. I mean, we have somehow taken Green Lane Holdings and lumped it into wholesale trade agents and brokers. Now, I guess technically, but let's face it, it's a cannabis play. Yeah, some volume coming in. Our YouTube room, double I, double N, some volume coming in. Oh, I'm on a 60-minute chart. Okay, let me get back to my 15-minute chart. What does position in range mean? No, okay, I've got all these position. I guess these are obvious. The position in 5-day, 20-day, etc. Position in range. This is today's range. Okay, so if you can see my screen, for instance, it says 68% right now. That means it's within 32% of the high of the day. Well, I mean, it's dropping now. Let me get another one, maybe one that's not quite as active. I'm so glad. You know what, guys? I almost took this one again. I almost took it again. I'm glad I didn't. So again, what that means is IOVA right now is 25% off the bottom of the low of the day. Okay, that's the position in the range. 25% off the low of the day. So basically, here's the high, here's the low, and it's 25% off the bottom. Make sense? That's what I use this a lot. Well, I don't, all my scans, of course, because the stocks are hitting new highs or new lows of the day. I don't need that one, but if I'm looking for stocks, for instance, let's say I wanted to find stocks that were within, say, 5% of the high of the day. You know, I could construct a filter using this position and range filter and put, for instance, 95 as a min and 98 as a max. So that would mean it would be, these stocks are within 2 to 5% of the high of the day, if that is of interest to you. Or some people like to use it for pullbacks. Find me stocks that are, 50 at a 50% level. 40% above the low, 60%, 40 and 60% above the low, which means so they've pulled back. So you can use that position and range filter to kind of construct any look you want. If you just opened it, If I click on the RBI, say the 5 minute RBI GBI, yeah, if you just open it, if you just did, it depends what's the market doing now. I'll get them both up. I don't use these at all, but let's yeah. So if you just opened it, you won't get any results. Okay, you have to wait. There's no historical. Just put these off screen. Here we go. So I just got one, okay? So I think what you're probably saying is, and it depends on the time frame you're looking at, but I mean they are working. No, it's not a scanner like, and you cannot do an historical on it. No problem. Hey, listen, it was fun while it lasted. The WNW. Excuse me. Okay, when you say a chart, you're talking about a scan. You're not talking about a chart. You can't add it in the chart. So when you say, are you talking about in a scan? This might be just semantics. Can you hear me, Edgardo? Or are you talking about in your single stock window? Yeah, but when you say you're watching IOVA, where are you talking about in a chart? I mean, you're not going to see it in a chart. But if you have a single stock window, you can add it as a filter. It's nothing that you can't add it to a chart, but you can add it to columns. You can add a column in a topless window or an alert window to show you the position and range. But what I do is I have my single stock window, so when I do click on a symbol, yeah, it shows up here. But I always have this. I can tell immediately. There it is. Says it's right now it's only 2% above the low of the day, ONCR as an example. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, I mean it's just a filter, okay? So you can add it. If I want, I'm not going to, but I could add, configure columns, and I just search on it. I'm just picking this one as an example, and position in range, and I could just say show column. I don't want to do that because I don't need that column there, but that's all you would do, show the column, and then in whatever, if it was an alert window or a top list window, you would see the column, and then you can track it, easily right in a column. How did CGC do? Yeah, okay, well, okay. I'll maybe now, guys, maybe now these cannabis stocks can get off the bottom. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's just terrible. I mean, I love the single stock window, guys. You can, I mean, these are all customizable filters, okay? This is what I like to see. But, you know, if I click on configure and then columns, you know, these are all of the filters. Well, more, if I click on more, these are all of the filters that we have, right? And you can add them so that you can see any one of these filters in here. You know, you would just find it, you click on it, left click on it, it moves over, and it's a little tricky. I think it's a very archaic way of trying to manage the column orders and all that, but nonetheless, you can have any filter you want in this single stock window. This is what you see here is just what I like to see. But some like to see the more of the fundamentals. You know, so if you were interested and, you know, market cap and shares outstanding and held by insiders, institutions, and you wanted to create a single stock window like that, you could do it. You know, all these are filters. All right, guys, we are getting close to the end. Are there any other questions? Yeah, I see it. I see it is bipolar. It's up, down, up, down, up, down. MRAM, MRAM. Still no volume though. I mean, listen, if can you imagine if we all of a sudden some volume came pouring in? I mean, it's been resting beautifully over 10. If volume poured in, you know, it would almost guarantee we'll take out that 1045. But, you know, look at the volume on the 15. Just, you know, really nothing extraordinary. The reason I don't, Ali, is that I can't put enough filters in place to make it. I get too many alerts that I don't want, and until I mean, the RBI and GBI has been around for a while now as part of our premium service. But if you notice, I mean, this is it. You can have a price range, a volume, and volume percent. I need way more filters than this, okay? So consequently, I just don't even use it. If it were truly, you know, if I could add all the filters I wanted from our filter library, then I would use it. But can't do it, so I don't use it. It's that simple. So it's not a matter of not liking them. I like the concept, but without enough filters, for me, it's just too much noise. All right, everybody. Are there any other questions? I say I'll stick around if there are questions. If not, I think I'll just wrap up. Nice long week. Nice weekend coming up. Going once. Going twice. Okay, I don't see any questions, so I think that's a wrap, guys. It's not allowing me to close the room. There we go. Okay, that's it. I've got my have my script in. So we'll see you guys Monday. I will open the room 9 o'clock Monday morning. So again, have a great weekend, and we'll see you then. Bye bye.